Hello everyone, welcome back to the resumption of the debate on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020. We are coming to you live via the National Television Network, NTN. As we await the entrance of the Speaker of the House shortly, let me just inform you, perhaps just for info's sake, the debate on the estimates focuses primarily on the expenditure and revenue. The MPs often speak to issues relating to constituency matters and government programs. Currently, there are a few MPs. I see the MP for Babano, the Minister for Agriculture, the Honorable Ezekiel Joseph, and the MP for Schwuzel, Saltibus, Honorable Bradley Felix. The MP for Vieux South is here as well as the MP for Denry North, that is the Honorable Sean Edward, and of course the MP for Castro South is also with us. Perhaps what we can do at this point is to bring you a brief insight into the budgetary process, what we call the budgetary cycle. The budget director, acting budget director, Paula Joseph, will give us an insight into what is called the 24-month duration as the budgetary cycle, as it is called, which takes place over a 24-month duration. So let's go over to Paula Joseph, the acting director of the budget, to give us an insight into the budgetary cycle.
We say that the cycle is a 24-month cycle because what you have is a budget that would have been approved come end of March, beginning of April, and you begin the execution of that budget. But while you're executing, you're also planning for the next budget, which is for the next 12 months. So while you're executing over a 12-month period, you're also planning for a further 12-month period. So for instance, once the appropriation bill is passed, the government would generally issue what is called a general warrant, which allows ministries to be able to spend against the consolidated fund, although there are provisions that would allow you to be able to spend prior to that. But generally speaking, this is the mechanism that is usually used. Once a budget is passed by the end of March, you have your general warrant that allows you to be able to spend. Once that is done, you begin to execute, and as you execute, you begin to plan for the next fiscal year. And with respect to the government, the planning aspect actually would, much of the planning aspect would actually take place or commence closer to July, August, during which time we would have sent out a call circular to the ministries, but the ministries would have been doing their own internal planning from even before that period of time. And basically once the call goes out to them, then they go into full swing, putting together all the finishing touches to make the submission by October, November of the year.
That was the acting director of budget, Paula Joseph, giving us an insight into the budgetary cycle. We still await the arrival of the Speaker of the House. Meanwhile, perhaps what we can do is to briefly highlight the presentation of the Prime Minister on the estimates of expenditure. In the case of revenue, he indicated that there's been an increase of close to $44 million. So as the revenue is concerned, in case of current revenue, it's over $1 billion. on taxes and on income and profit, there has been, for the revised estimates, an amount projected, the amount projected is almost $290 million, close to $290 million. For the income tax corporation, that one is expected to generate close to $100 million. In the case of income tax individuals, that is projected at almost close to $117 million. Income tax arrears, this is projected at almost $43 million. Taxes on international trade transactions, this one is projected at close to $250 million. On goods and services, particularly on taxes on domestic goods and services, this is expected to generate close to over $350 million in that regard. For goods and the use of goods and permissions, this is expected to generate a total of $193.15 million. Service charge imports is projected to yield an additional $4.35 million of 5.6%. The citizenship by investment fee, which is considered the second largest item under the taxes on the use of goods and permission category, is expected to amount to over $65 million. The Sergeant at Arms is about to make his entry. And of course, following is the Speaker of the House. So the session, this afternoon session, is just about to commence. And so we will go over to the Speaker of the House to resume this afternoon session on the estimates of expenditure.
Let me remind honorable members that the question before this honorable House is that the honorable House do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020 in the sum of $1,591,589,000 as a charge against the consolidated fund and other funds of the state of St. Lucia. Honorable Member for Vieux-Fort South.
Yeah. Use, I can use it. Let's see how he does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the member for Castries South drew the attention of the House to the numerous errors and inconsistencies contained in the estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented, and the social and economic review which normally accompanies the estimates. This was really unprecedented. However, Mr. Speaker, it quickly became clear that some of the errors were due to the new accounting system that was introduced by the Treasury Department, and the difficulties encountered in reconciling the old with the new. I think to the credit of the member for Castries South, he recognized this. I do not think anyone in this House should lay blame on the Ministry of Finance and its staff. I know the staff exceedingly well, having worked with them for many years, and they pride themselves on accuracy and efficiency. So clearly something went wrong on this occasion, but this is also a good reminder that there are occasions when public officers need to interface with members of Parliament, and frankly, the Ministry of Finance should have invited members of Parliament to a briefing on the changes which were made to the structure, format, and terminology of the estimates. I suspect there are a lot of members in this House who experienced some difficulty in meandering through the estimates and even locating choice projects. So it appears to be a problem not just on the government side, but also, I suspect, to a more limited degree on the opposition side, because we had picked up the nature of the problems. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the moments when intervention is often required, and at the appropriate time, I hope the inevitable apology must be issued. But I maintain, of course, that blame should not be cast, but rather we learn from this experience. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I will turn my attention to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2019-2020. Mr. Speaker, I believe we have before us a mismatch of figures seemingly held together but no overriding objective. I searched in vain for the vision that should guide the estimates. I found none. I searched for its philosophy. I found none. I searched for its moral underpinnings. I could not find any. All I could find, Mr. Speaker, is that the much vaunted growth rate, which we were told would have been growing by leaps and bounds, has declined to 1.5%. And the Minister of Finance has panicked and decided he must finance growth by another cycle of borrowing. But that's a hard lesson, a very, very hard lesson, because no matter what we may say about the solution economy, we have never undergone complete and systematic restructuring of this economy to cope with the stresses and pressures. Many of them, the stresses and pressures, will live with us for some time. I say there was panic for a number of reasons. How else, Mr. Speaker, can you characterize a Minister of Finance who boasts that the government has contained the fiscal deficit to 1.3% in financial year 2018-2019, yet barely one financial year later, he decides to increase the fiscal deficit to 3.5% of GDP by borrowing $357,207. What explains that sudden turnaround? And now you're going to rely on borrowing to see if you can turn around your fortunes in growth. Mr. Speaker, to sustain my arguments, I propose to make some cursory comments about the budget summary, which is before us, that has been presented to us, then examine some capital investment issues and choices, and I will end on the treatment meted out to my constituency, Vieux-Fort South. I turn to tax revenue. We are told that the year-end outlook is $1.1 billion. And I like the sound of that because years ago I did announce to much derision and laughter. I'm sure the member for Castries East will recall when I said that St. Lucia had accomplished a $1 billion budget. It evoked considerable laughter from the community. So, at a year-end outlook of $1.1 billion, this is more than $60 million above the budgeted amount. We have to help and wonder whether this performance had anything to do with the refusal of the government over an extended period of time to reduce the excise tax on petroleum gas prices, despite the fact that oil prices internationally were on the decline. And let us not ever forget, as this opposition will never forget, that it was allegedly high prices by the former Labour government that led to the famous Orange March and demonstration against so-called high prices. But I cannot resist the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to comment on the reduction of VAT. The Minister of Finance says that the government collected only $5 million less in their revenue from VAT than what it would have earned if VAT was still at 15%. That's an interesting comment. Interesting because, like some members here, I have been mystified by the complaints of consumers that they have seen no reduction in the price of items, especially food items in the supermarket, despite the reduced VAT. I have found this to be mystifying. And those of us who have monitored movements of prices in the market, especially supermarkets, would know that there was no dramatic reduction after VAT was reduced for the very simple reason that a lot of merchants, a lot of supermarkets opted to leave prices at the old rate. And the consequence of that I will not reflect on. Of course, the reaction of the government has been understandable. If VAT had not been reduced, consumers would be paying 2.5% more for items, so they should not complain. Let's give thanks to small mercies, because that's the benefit. But there's a story there. And those discerning persons who have to manage the economy would be well aware of it. And to the credit of the Social and Economic Review, they recognized it and hinted at it. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, few appreciate that the higher the cost of the item, the more VAT is collected. Let me illustrate, Mr. Speaker. If this cell phone retails for $2,000, assume a VAT of 10%, $200. If it climbs to $3,000, assume a VAT of 10% is $300. What in fact has been happening, Mr. Speaker, is that there has been a steady increase in prices, and it may be argued that this, of course, has been the direct consequence of the current international environment. In fact, the supermarkets say that all the time. The price of cheese have gone up, the price of items have gone up because of international prices. So when you see we are gloating, let us be a little more cautious, because you can obtain increased revenue for the very simple reason that the prices you pay for items, CIF may have increased substantially. But that aside, and that aside, look at capital grants, Mr. Speaker. Just look at it for me, please. What accounts for the significant drop in capital grants during 2018-2019? What's happening here? In 2017-18, grants of 63.35 million was recorded. This fell to 41.31 million in 2018-19. In 2019, it is estimated at 49 million. Why? What is happening here, Mr. Speaker? And curiously, in this budget, in these estimates, you do not see the European Union as a major source of funding as in the past. Now, all of us have issues and problems with the European Union, and my own comments are well known, well known. But what has struck me is that the European Union somehow is not featuring as a major provider of grants, and I hope at the appropriate time we will be provided with some explanation, because I would hate to believe, Mr. Speaker, that the posture of the Europeans and other donors have to do with the way we have dealt with major investments, such as the one in King Hospital, by refusing to invite tenders for the so-called private management of the hospital. The trouble is, the simple question I'm asking is whether your cake burned with, whether your cake with the EU burned. That's all I'm asking. Because these things are highly unusual. Much has been said, Mr. Speaker, about the trend in wages and salaries. But what accounts for that trend? We are told that in 2017-18, wages and salaries total 461.9 million. I'm sure you have seen that, Mr. Speaker. And by 2018-19, it grew to 503 million. An overall increase, I believe, of about $41.1 million. And we know that this is despite the fact that there were no increases granted on salaries for public officers, except, of course, in the case of the workers represented by the National Workers Union, and I believe the total indicated there was in the vicinity of $1.9 million. And we have to bear in mind that there have been several persons who have been sent home. Now, we have been given an explanation for this, and it's justified on the new accounting system that is being used, where some money that was normally allocated to capital expenditure and included wages and salaries have been transferred to recurrent. But I'm curious whether that is the whole story. I will leave it there because I know that I will have another opportunity come next week. By then, the full picture will be clear. But we notice that wages and salaries are projected to increase again in 2019, 2020. And obviously, that will probably rise from the projected target because of the likely increases to public officers and others in the current cycle. So the reality is that the very premise, the very foundations on which expenditure are premised could prove rather flawed, for the very simple reason that there will be costs to be incurred in the cost of the year for which no immediate answers are available. But I'm a little curious, Mr. Speaker, about the jump in transfers. In 2017-18, transfers amounted to $168.1 million. In 2018-19, transfers climbed, Mr. Speaker, to $181.1 million. This budget allocates $178.1 million. What accounts for the huge jump in transfers for the year 2018-19, despite the fact that a number of state-owned enterprises have been closed? Radio St. Lucia, gone. Fisheries Complex, gone. And of course, we know what has happened to agencies like the National Trust. One would imagine that such closures would have resulted in some significant savings in transfers. But, Mr. Speaker, more intriguing is the lower capital expenditure. What accounts for the lower than budgeted capital expenditure? Where are all the major projects promised to the people of St. Lucia? Where are they? And this is in the face of the low implementation on the capital of $103 million. The government budgets $246.7 million, more than full $100 million more for 2019 to 2020. Of course, we wait to see how this money will be spent. And I know that my colleagues here have raised the issue of what procurement practices will be utilized. We shall see. But take a look on the fiscal side. And what is intriguing is that the Social and Economic Review would devote 2 pages to unemployment figures, but nearly a whole chapter to the fiscal operations of the government. As if this is where the marketing effort should be. Why would a government which won an election on the promise of fiscal prudence propose an overall deficit of $189 million, or 3.5% of GDP? That amount is approximately 16.6% higher than the estimated revenue to be collected. During the last Labour administration, there was a demonstrable improvement in the fiscal accounts of central government, moving to 2.3% in 2015-16 from what had been inherited. An examination of the fiscal under the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker, does not make clear what the thinking behind the fiscal policies of the government really are. The fiscal policy seems at best confused. On one hand, closing many entities and creating unemployment in the process with no apparent or commensurate benefit, reduction in transfers on the fiscal side. Where is the clarity? Where is the direction? But the more intriguing question at the end of the day will be the examination of the financing, and that may reveal some challenges faced by the government, which at this stage, I guess, must be very hard to admit. Last fiscal year, the government of St. Lucia got approval from Parliament to raise $233 million in bonds and treasury bills. This year's budget summary shows that the government was only able to raise $120 million from the domestic and regional markets. And I recall that we had a very interesting debate in this chamber about what is happening to the regional market. But the question still remains, why the hesitancy? Could this be a sign that the markets are beginning to get weary of St. Lucia in the context of the economic management and scandals of this government? So the government turned to the domestic banking sector, borrowing approximately $39.8 million. A sector, generally speaking, that has been left alone in the past. So this year, the government proposes to borrow an additional $213 million in treasury bills and bonds from the very same markets. If the markets were weary last year, what has changed that will cause institutional investors to alter their minds and to change their minds, especially in the face of a rapidly climbing debt-to-GDP ratio? So what we note, Mr. Speaker, that external borrowing for 2019, 2020 It's at 119 million compared to 67.8 million. It will be interesting as those of us on this side watch the sources of these loans. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that every year the financing needs of this government increases. Every year. Last year they proposed to borrow a total of 300 million. Of that they raised 197 million, Mr. Speaker. This year they're going even bigger. They expect to borrow $332 million. You know, Mr. Speaker, as I reflect on this, I can't help but feeling that this is an Agulu Grand Fal budget. And for those, of course, for those who have difficulty in understanding Creole, it simply means unbridled greed. Unbridled greed, that's what it means, Mr. Speaker. Agulu Grand Fal. Did you ever have that when you were growing up? Okay. Very good.
Honorable Member, Viewford South. Continue, sir.
I haven't done anything, Mr. Speaker. I was just enjoying a moment of entertainment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch a few issues on the capital side. As I said, I would have been brief in respect of the budget summary. Mr. Speaker, I turned to page 592, Mr. Speaker. I turn to page 592. And, Mr. Speaker, at page 592, we note that in respect of the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project, the total estimated project costs is $190,935,936. In this estimate, this year's estimate, an allocation of $25,974,800 has been made. Of that amount, $5 million is extracted from revenue, from grants, an amount of $92,800, and from 10 and another $10 million, and then from loans, $20,882,000. Now, you will notice, Mr. Speaker, that the estimates say $103,252,193 is the estimated project. Make sure we have it correct, Mr. Speaker. Estimated cumulative expenditure, $103,252,193. I guess bit by bit, the truth will come out. The truth doesn't hide. There's something about it that when you least expect it, it jumps at you and it comes out. After all, Mr. Speaker, the public was told that $140 million had been spent by the Labour government. But notice in this budget, we see that the cumulative amount is $103,252,193. But more to the point, in this budget, an amount of $25,974,800 is allocated. Of this amount, as I said, and I repeat myself for clarity, $5 million is to be sourced from revenue, $29 million from the Republic of China and Taiwan, but I don't get it. I don't get it. And I hope we'll get the explanations. What is the total estimated cost of this so-called new wing? What is it? What is the total estimated cost? And where does the PAJO financing come into the picture, if it comes in at all? Because from what I see here, it would appear that the allocation, total allocation of 25 million could not conceivably be the entire amount that is required. But I want to find out, and after all, I'm the parliamentary representative. I am the one who has been singled out for all kinds of accusations, commentary where the hospital is concerned. Never mind that I was in charge of a project that commenced by the predecessor Prime Minister with his staff. Never mind all of that. But I was targeted. I want to ask, where is the approval plan for the new wing? Why can't we see it? What's the problem? After all, you know, we were accused of constructing a hospital with no approved plan. I will not bother to answer you. I will answer my own question. For this construction, there is no approved plan, no architectural or structural drawings. I am prepared to hang my hat on that. And if you do have it, I challenge you to bring it to this house. I challenge you to bring it to this house. No, gentlemen, peace. Peace be unto you. Peace be unto you. Peace be unto you. Why then commence excavation and no plan has been approved by the Development Control Authority? Why is the DCA complicit in this matter? Well, I don't know if that's the reason why they'll dissolve it, but I want to find out why they are complicit in this matter. But let me say to the minister who has responsibility for this hospital, the abuse of the citizens of Beaufort must come to an end. The current works are being carried out and no notice of warning was issued to the nearby residents. None. For the last few days, heavy trucks have been going up and down the St. Jude Highway removing excavated material from the site. Yes, like never before. So too, the road to the hospital has been severely damaged like never before. The foundation of the homes in the area have been shaken. And I hope that there are no consequences from this, like never before. But, Mr. Speaker, the patience of my constituents is wearing thin. The treatment meted out to my constituents and indeed the people of the South over their right to health care has been cruel, degrading, and inhumane. And there's so much that the people of the South can bear. I say no more. No more. And yes, and you know the consequences, as my good friend next to you knows full well. That is why you see, when he had a recent problem with the fisheries, there was a benign statement, give the fishers access, which to his credit, he made sure he did, and promptly. And you listen, that's good for you. You listen. Now, Mr. Speaker, what the estimates of revenue and expenditure decides to exclude is as important as what it decides to include. And these decisions, Mr. Speaker, are never easy. In the absence of explanations, we are sometimes left to speculate about these decisions. I note, Mr. Speaker, and of course I can be corrected, we have not seen anything in the estimates about resolving the problems regarding the accommodation of our courts. I just want to say to the government, time has come to bring an end to any hostility and animosity it has to the judges, the courts, and judicial personnel. It's time. We were told that the plan is to build a new judicial complex next to the police headquarters. There's a word we use in public law to characterize some decisions. The word is irrationality. In the just concluded debate on the motion of no confidence, the word irrational was frequently used. But what we mean by irrationality? We mean that these are decisions that defy logic, decisions that are so unreasonable in the sense of unreasonableness that no reasonable person could conceivably make decisions like that. They defy logic. In my respectful view, Mr. Speaker, the decision to locate a judicial complex next to the police headquarters falls in that category. Why? In this day and age, Mr. Speaker, all efforts are made to disentangle the judiciary from the police. And here in St. Lucia, we have had a history of entangling the police with the judiciary. I am certain that as a former magistrate, you know full well what I'm referring to. In fact, we should no longer house courthouses in police stations. That practice should end. And I believe, too, that when we constructed the new police stations, that error was also made. For example, the error was made in the case of the Ancillary police station. And what should have happened was that at some point a separate courthouse should have been constructed. Now, some people believe that this is a matter of resources, but it's not just a matter of resources. The simple fact is that there's a perception that there is between the judiciary and the police an alliance of cooperation, sympathy, such that the process of dispensing justice could become tainted. For that reason, judicial complexes are kept away from the compounds of police personnel. Because what you are seeking to do is to ensure that justice is transparent, it is open, that justice is pristine. I raise this, Mr. Speaker, to ask a simple question. What is so wrong with the site on the Millennium Highway selected by the former government and approved by the judiciary? What is so wrong with that site? This was a site that the judiciary visited and said, yes, we can live with that site. Why? Because we needed to resolve that problem once and for all. Any judicial complex has to make arrangements for the OECS Court of Appeal. It has to make arrangements for all of our high courts. It has to make arrangements for our criminal courts. And it also has to make arrangements for the plethora of magistrate courts that we require. We are missing an important opportunity to do so. This psychology that any and everything that the former government did was wrong, therefore we will not do it because they don't deserve any credit, this kind of psychology has been shown not to work in the interest of the country. A site was identified. Lands were acquired. The judiciary said, yes, that is a suitable site. We have the space and we have the parking. Why on earth would we want to go and locate a court complex, a judicial complex, next to a police station with little room for expansion? Mr. Speaker, I searched in vain for the program of street lighting normally under the Ministry of Infrastructure. Well, the truth is, I do not know whether the Pajo scandal scared off the Minister of Finance. I don't know, and I'm not going to hazard any guess. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about street lighting for communities. And I hope when the Minister of Infrastructure addresses the House, he will make a definitive statement about this issue. Mr. Speaker, I'm bombarded by requests from my constituents for lamps in their communities. And I'm betting that I'm not the only one in this honorable House who has that problem. I raised the matter with the management of Lucia and was told that a request for street lighting must be made to the Minister of Infrastructure. Now, curiously, when Lucia staff in turn interact with constituents who are seeking lights, they tell the constituents that they must go to constituency representatives. I have repeatedly asked Lucia to issue a statement to clarify its position because constituents believe that you do not wish to assist them to answer to their cries and in some cases to deal with issues of crime in their respective areas of livelihood because of poor lighting. This was never ever like this. In the past, representatives on both sides were assigned several lights for their constituencies, which, after discussion with Lucia staff, would be located in the places of need. So the Ministry of Infrastructure would say that these are the number of lights made available to you, and then you proceed with Lucia staff and to identify where the lights should go. Now, what has changed? Why a change in this approach? Why bureaucratize an approach that brought good results to all concerned? I don't know, and I hope that the Minister of Infrastructure would be prompted to clarify this position and clarify the policy. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, a person needs a lamp pole and a light in a particular vulnerable part of the community. You have to sit down, write a letter to the Minister of Infrastructure that a lamp pole is needed in that part to help us to deal with a crime situation. Then I guess the Ministry of Infrastructure will tell you, well, we're going to send on some staff to look at it, and then they will refer this to Lucia. I mean, that can't be right. That cannot be right, that there should be a political issue over the distribution of poles and lamps in communities. Mr. Speaker, that being said, I want very briefly now to turn to the treatment of my community, my constituency, Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, there is perhaps no constituency in this country that understands the antics, the theater, and the character of the UWP administrations more than the Beaufort South constituency. I don't think anybody can take the prize. Just consider the waves and waves, whether it is a new frontier, whether, of course, well, Pearl of the Caribbean is the latest. D-Day, I'm glad you remember that. You must have been a young man. Were you in government at the time? I'm glad you remember that D-Day. Then you just look at all the factory shells that were constructed in Beaufort South. So it is well known that the people of Beaufort understands the fundamental character of the United Workers' Party. In these last 3 years, we have witnessed our fair share, and we know there is more to come. We have witnessed, immediately after an election, the swearing in Beaufort South. And we all know what that message was supposed to send. Then, of course, I understand my good friends spoke about Ojo Labs this morning. I'm sorry I missed him because I wanted to comment on that glorified call center. Then, Pearl of the Caribbean, DSH. And of course, there was Prince Charles' visit. And the funny thing is that the people of Beaufort didn't even take on the Prince Charles' visit. Of course, Mr. Speaker, not even me as parliamentary representative was invited to greet Prince Charles in my constituency. I received an invitation just like every other constituent. And then the St. Jude Hospital saga. As I said, there's more to come. More of it later. But the people of Beaufort will never, ever forget the punishment that has been meted out to them. Because they know the antics of the United Workers' Party. They know full well that the administrative center, the construction was deliberately terminated and stopped on the flimsy pretext that there was no planning approval, it was a waste of money. Now, and of course, Mr. Speaker, the government has now entered into a lease arrangement with a private developer, not only to house offices, which were previously at the building of another of their supporters, and I'm not suggesting that the current individual is a supporter, I'm certainly not suggesting that. The former was, because he was one of those involved in spreading money in the constituency last election. He was one of those. But, no, my friend. No, my friend. I won by 337 votes. And whatever swing there was is over. So put that in your pipe and smoke it from now. But it's not just that he won by 120 at one time. We had more rejected votes than 120 votes that he won by. That's a fact. The only politician who won, and there was more rejected votes than the amount. Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for that momentary distraction. Mr. Speaker, the people of Beaufort will never forget the refusal to complete the St. Jude Hospital and the deterioration in the provision of medical services to the people of the South. And of course, there was that brazen effort to take away their community lands, not investment lands, their community lands, and to hand it over to Tioakin. And my friend, the Minister of Infrastructure, I don't know, of course I refer, we are fellow prime ministers, fellow ex-prime ministers, aren't we? That's a lot. Yes, it's a lot, but it is time-bound. It is only confined to a specific period in history. So you left the book for him and left the book? It's confined to a specific period of history, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't go into the future. That being said, Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that Beaufort South receives few resources to repair community roads. And what is now facing the community is that all the roads that were constructed for the PROD program, these are now falling apart and are in urgent need of repair. Then that extraordinary delay in the implementation of the project to improve water supply to the community. After the former government had sourced and signed a loan with the Caribbean Development Bank and had begun to procure the required services to implement the loan. Yes, we did that. Yes, I do. Now we hear, after 3 years, that's why I asked you over lunch whether you had spoken. Now we hear, after 3 years, an allocation in this year's budget of 3.6 million. 3 million to be sourced from the Caribbean Development Bank. Why was this project delayed for 3 years? What is the explanation? You think it's a tendering process? But amidst this, Mr. Speaker,
minutes in which to complete.
Amidst this, how many minutes?
15 minutes, sir.
15?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll be within time, Mr. Speaker. I will be within time. Mr. Speaker, I never accept gifts from you. You should know that by now. You should know that by now. I will never, ever make that mistake. Mr. Speaker, I will not be distracted. Mr. Speaker, I will be the last to deny that after 3 years, some modest provision is finally made for 1 or 2 projects in Beaufort. On the capital estimates at page 588, Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports, a modest amount of $150,000, $200 to finance repairs to the Philip Marsner grandstand. I say there probably are more princes to bring to the grandstand and more official events to bring there, so they need to make it look a little better. This is ominously to be financed by bonds, Mr. Speaker, so we shall see. So, Mr. Speaker, I guess the idea is to repair the prime facility to host events in the future. At page 584, under the Department of Education, the sum of $2,354,917 for the construction of the new block for the Beanfield Secondary School. I thank the parents of the Beanfield Secondary for the dignified pressure that was exerted on the minister to commit to the construction of this new block. Their effort has paid off. Protest has value. I recall that the minister did not want to come and treat with the parents, although I promised that I would not have been in attendance. But she did say after that event that she will seek financing and funding for alternative accommodation. Then at page 547, Mr. Speaker, under grants and contributions, an allocation of $242,400 to the Beaufort Children's Home, presumably to meet recurring costs in operating the home. This is a new home, Mr. Speaker. I know the member for Castries South knows the history of this home and how it was financed and constructed. I welcome this home for the sake of the homeless, distressed, and abused children of the South, wherever they might be. It's also important that finally we have a facility in the south of the island, and it will redress the imbalance that exists between north and south. Although this was a private sector initiative led by community-spirited individuals, the existence of the home is a welcome addition. Strictly speaking, however, Mr. Speaker, while it is known as the Beaufort Children's Hospital, the home is not located in my constituency, but in the constituency of Beaufort North. However, as I said, it is a home with which I am familiar, as its establishment was facilitated by the government which I had the honor to lead. Mr. Speaker, I note under the same heading that under grants and contributions at page 546, an amount of $6 million has been allocated to stimulus summer and Christmas. This increase of $2.5 million, this is an increase of $2.5 million over the 2018-2019 figure. Now this one is surprising. It is interesting and surprising, Mr. Speaker. Why? You see, we are dealing with a government that denounced short-term employment programs. That we are supposed to have committed cardinal sins. Why this significant increase for a program that was once despised, that made people feel that they should never seek any opportunities under such a program? They say we don't have toilets for the ladies. All kinds of things were said. Yeah. I recall that when certain persons were driving down the highway to Beaufort and saw persons working, they would ask and shout at them, "Where are toilets?" Yeah. We haven't seen any yet. But I refer to this for another point, for another reason. Mr. Speaker, I expect to be treated fairly. I expect to be treated like all other parliamentarians. We know that there is unequal treatment between the government side and the opposition side. But whatever is conceded to the opposition, I expect to be treated fairly. Last Christmas, Mr. Speaker, the SSDF made available to opposition parliamentary representatives at the last moment, on the eve of Christmas, mind you, a sum of, you got 15, but others got 10. Yes, it was. What did you get? 10. What did you get? You got 10. What did you get? 10. You got none? 10. You got 10, exactly. All of them got 10 except the parliamentary representative of the South. Why? It's never extended to me as parliamentary representative, despite, no, I don't want more, I'll take the pittance. I told you I'll take the pittance. None was extended intervention of the leader, despite the fact that the leader of the opposition called SSDF and drew their attention to the fact that I was omitted. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, I suspect I know what happened. You know, we have in Beaufort a very esteemed and distinguished gentleman. His name is Jack Rennie. He's a formidable gentleman. And he's not a gentleman to be tampered lightly with, even on the political platforms, because among other things, he has a lot of skills. I see you smiling, Mr. Speaker. Do you know of him? You see, Mr. Speaker, he is one of those who know what medicines to prescribe. And if I may use a term used by my good friend, a member for Castries North, he's a good bush doctor. And others also say that he has the spirits of goddess guiding him. So, Mr. Speaker, I never mention his name on the platform. I will only take the risk in the House because I'm safe. Now, but while I'm on this item, Mr. Speaker, I note the allocation of $1,505,610 for other social assistance projects under the Ministry of Empowerment and Equity, Mr. Speaker. That's a lot of money. But what are these others? How do opposition parliamentarians tap that amount? What is it supposed to be used for? Now, this is amazing, Mr. Speaker, that you will have a head, other social assistance projects, in this reformatted budget that seeks to aim for specificity of language, clarity and specificity of language. Why is this eluded in this case an amount of 1.5 million? Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this is a highly unusual term in a budget that is anxious to grant titles and recognition. Mr. Speaker, I know that my time was limited, and of course I look forward to the next round. What I could not say here, I certainly would have the opportunity to say within the boundaries of the debate that occurs with the budgetary statement. At the outset of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I said that this budget has no soul, no character, no moral compass. And I'm going to illustrate by citing one item among several. Mr. Speaker, look at page 558, code 0285. A capital allocation of $1,752,094 is made for enhancement of security systems at the Graham-Louis building. This is to be financed by bonds. Now, Mr. Speaker, anyone who knows my history will know that I do not, on principle, raise issues of personal security of prime ministers, even if I feel that there is abuse in respect of personal security matters. But this is different. You're talking of infrastructure. With this kind of money, It appears that the Graham Louisa building is being transformed into a fortress. Why? Why? I am not disputing that you may need enhanced security systems at the building, but an allocation of 1.7 million? Surely, Mr. Speaker, 1 million could have been allocated to security at the office of the Prime Minister, and the remaining $752,000 allocated to re-establishing the distress support fund to assist the poor people whose homes are destroyed by fire and like events. You could do that. And that's what I mean by no moral compass, because it would have sent a signal. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of it all, I ask you, Mr. Speaker, what really is in this budget for the poor, the dispossessed, and the distressed? Mr. Speaker, when you see it, when you hear it, beckon me to join you to listen and to see. I thank you.
Minister for Economic Development, Housing, Urban Renewal, Transport and Civil Aviation, and member for Castries South East.
Mr. Speaker, just allow me to. Where is it? Fancy man. Mr. Speaker, I stand this afternoon to make my contribution to the appropriation bill estimates of expenditure for 2019-2020. Against the backdrop of the discussions that have taken place here from yesterday evening into today's session of this House of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I can well understand why members opposite find difficulty in comprehending the estimates of expenditure and revenue. As one rightly put it, they are so accustomed to seeing the budget in the red that because it's black, they don't see. When did the Labour Party preside over a budget in this country when it was in the black and not in the red? But you see, Mr. Speaker, history will tell us where we've been, what has happened, and the members opposite forget so quickly that it is important to remind them. And so, Mr. Speaker, when it is convenient, the members opposite, and you'll have to give me the opportunity to respond to a lot of the issues raised by members opposite. In the book, Lapses and Infelicities, page 560, under the title, Water Under the Bridge. You see, Mr. Speaker, there's something that we call consistency. When you don't stand for anything, so the rules are okay when it suits you, but when somebody else is implementing the same rules that you used to live by, you find problems with them. And so, permit me to just quote a small section. Shortly after his party was elected to office in 1997, the new Prime Minister described his immediate predecessor as the worst Compton-made disaster. The descriptions that you are hearing from the other side, it's not new. It's regurgitated. It is how they operate, Mr. Speaker. They cannot help themselves. So it goes on to say, Kenny Anthony also accused Von Lewis of mismanaging government resources and wild public spending that left the Treasury owing individuals, business, overseas suppliers in excess of $20 million. Tell me at which point in time government is not owing somebody. Tell me. This same government, Mr. Speaker, when they left office, they talk about CDP. We were owing $15 million of CDP projects that they had commissioned without requesting the funds from the Taiwanese. Election ploy. They call a snap election and they spend money like there was no tomorrow, with the hope of winning the election and that they would come and fix the mess that they had created. But you think that's all? Here's how he describes. Instead of raising to his historic opportunity, Von Lewis sank to the lowest common moral and intellectual denominator. Not even Compton in his worst moments ever sang solo. That was in 1997. By 2006, when he landed on the platform of the St. Lucia Labour Party, this is what they said. And as for the troubles with Kenny Anthony, including the libel case, the pending Court of Appeal, well, all that is now water under the bridge. You see, so I'm supposed to take a moral compass guide from the members opposite, who political convenience will drive to the lowest common denominator that they described in here. That is how members operate. And so I will examine the contents of the budget. But I need say, from the book, Buying, and I will read just one small section. Some verbal bullets do not shoot directly at the idea, but at the people behind the idea. The proposals may be made to look silly. Questions may be raised about competence, slyly or directly. Questions may be raised about character. Strong buying is rarely achieved if the audience feels uneasy with those presenting a proposal. Why am I reading this? Why am I reading this? And when the book goes on to say, when they cannot shoot the message, they go after the messenger and they go after the individual, the personality, rather than the message. So, what can they find wrong with these estimates of expenditure? We heard the member for Castries South yesterday in his presentation. What did he say? He spent 45 minutes speaking about the numbers, and he said, well, if he's right, then the numbers are wrong. I have always raised queries about numbers. So don't think I'm coming here to defend any numbers. I'm defending what is real on the ground. I'm defending that under this UWP administration, the economy is performing much better than it did under St. Lucia Labour Party. And that is where the debate must go about the numbers in the estimates of revenue and expenditure. And I know they cannot comprehend that, Mr. Speaker. How can you who would have presided over deficit budget for decades, for more than a decade, how can you comprehend that the performance of this economy, to admit that the economy is performing better today, would be to admit that you were a failure? Now, the first step towards correcting mistakes is to admit that there's a mistake. The first step to improving yourself is to understand your own weaknesses. Not to present yourself as some financial guru who knows everything about financing. No. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? So here are the issues raised by members. There is an issue to be resolved with payments. So they look at, and I will not deal with this in detail because that will come in the next budget discussion. But they say we are borrowing beyond what is reasonable. I challenge you to prove the numbers on table page 116. Last column on there. The debt to GDP ratio has decreased to the lowest level in the last 10 years. So we are borrowing. According to you, the economy is not performing, yet still the debt to GDP is reducing. Rebasing. But the rebase applies to your term in office. The rebase does not apply to my term alone. The rebase is based on the time when you were in government. Mr. Speaker, what is so difficult for the member from Viewfort South to understand? You see, it is difficult for him to comprehend that he presided over a budget and he could not reduce the debt to GDP. Now he doesn't understand how that happened. So let me explain. Let me explain. If you are doing more borrowing and yet still the debt to GDP is decreasing, it means that the economy is expanding and there's greater economic activity. So there's a wider pool of resources over which to spread your expenditure. And because you have more sources of revenue on which, that's not quite correct. Well, tell us what is quite correct. I'm giving you 5 minutes of my time. Tell us what is quite correct. You see, Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult. It is difficult when you sit on this side to see what you could not do in 15 years that other people can do in 3 years. That is the difficulty that we have. That is what the problem is. Now, you think that's all I have to say about this? Okay. Yes. I will explain. I will explain. I can explain Johnny John too. I can explain Johnny John and your letters to Max. I can respond to your email, but don't worry, I'll do that in due course. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my apologies. Mr. Speaker, what is the growth rate under the St. Lucia Labour Party? Mr. Speaker, They say you cannot simplify things, but sometimes because of you have only 1 hour to present, you have to simplify. So the growth rate, we're talking about management. And let me give you the difference so you can understand. One company is going bankrupt. It's being managed, it's going bankrupt. Another company buys over that company. And all of a sudden, you see a turnaround in that company, and it is no longer in the red. It is operating as a profitable company. Now, what makes the difference is proper planning, good management, and visionary leadership. Okay, that's what you all do have. All right. So, what was the growth rate during page 89? Page 89 of the Economic and Social Review.
What year, Minister?
I am looking at year 2012 because election was late, so we start from 2012. Election was late in 2011, so we start in 2012. Now, I will remind this Honorable House that when former Prime Minister, member for Castries North, when he presented the budget, and the budget analyst and the people who prepared it said there was 4-point-something% growth. Oh, they said we were mad. All of this, you know, is electioneering. We're trying to, where we get these figures from? Look today. Look today. Today, the report is saying that the growth rate then was 4.1%. Mr. Speaker.
Why fire Kenny? Why fire Kenny?
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members. We've had a very good. That's what we have now?
Thank you.
Very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, we compare records, performance. And these numbers I'm using there, even if there are problems with the numbers. So the 1.5% growth that it records, if you figure out there's no growth this year, we can eliminate that. If you think there's any problem based on the member for Castries South. So, yeah, 2012 minus 0.3%. Yeah, 2013 minus 2%.
Who was the Minister of Finance then?
Yeah, 2014 0.0. I don't even know why they put that there. They should have left that line blank.
Who was in charge?
And then in 2015, 0.3%. That is the performance. That is, okay, I'm coming there. That is the performance.
He said there was a deceleration of negative growth.
That is the performance of the member for Viewfort South as Prime Minister in 2016. There was 3.9%. Who presided over the budget? And I said that we implemented the budget better than you would. That's the only reason why you had 3.9% growth. No, I said we presided over your budget and we did better than you. In 2017, 3.3%, and in 2018-19, 1.5%. So, if I add up all your years of growth, what do I get? You want to talk about management? You're supposed to know about money. I know other people on the other side don't know about money. but I suspect you know a little something. So, the total growth on the SLP for the period of their governance was minus 0.2%. If I look at the growth on the United Workers' Party, and if you want me to take off or split the year, half-half, 2016 with you, we have still had more than 5% growth during our period in governance. I mean, so for a government who presided over only negative growth and boasting about deceleration of negative growth. Deceleration of negative growth, which means that negative growth slowed down. The difference with you and us is that we are growing but at a slower pace. You are declining at a slower pace. We are climbing at a slower pace. I always know when you're running, Mr. Speaker, the hill may be hard to climb. It's always more difficult to climb. Bausan ko kapila fatayla, Mr. Speaker, lawen desada. But in going down the hill, they were going slow. Far less, no wonder they could not climb any hills. So, Mr. Speaker, I am supposed, yeah, that is comic. That looks like a comic to you. Yes, but what I am saying is in there. What I am saying is in the record. So, Mr. Speaker, you can well understand why the members opposite have so much difficulty in understanding this budget in the presentation by the Prime Minister. Look at this, Mr. Speaker. Reduction in excise tax. Excise tax. Yeah. Reduction in excise tax. You know why? Because this is a government with a conscience. This is a government who understands. And even if we increase to fix the roads, the fuel taxes, we still capped it at a certain level. And we did not allow it to go beyond. And fuel has never touched $15 under this United Workers' Party. And under the St. Lucia Labour Party, fuel reached $16.85 a gallon. And you want to criticize us? Good managers, I can tell you, fuel was the lowest under your watch. And then, so, Mr. Speaker, sinking fund, the Prime Minister highlighted it. Under this administration, and I can take you way back to 1998, when the St. Lucia Labour Party assumed office in 1997, and they passed their first budget. By the end of the first term, under Sir John's reign, there was a sinking fund established. They took 9 loans, the St. Lucia Labour Party, and had no sinking fund to pay these loans. And from since then, we have been rolling over debt. That started with the St. Lucia Labour Party, under the leadership of the member for Viewfort South. You want to talk about management of an economy? You want to talk about what makes an economy grow? Now, Mr. Speaker, a few other issues there is, because I need to deal with it. I will deal with the details of the deceleration that happened under their watch. It's in the Economic and Social Review. I heard the member talk about the kind of words that is used in the Social and Economic Review. But the Labour Party has a way of destroying words in this country. They invent words and they destroy words. The first term was transparency and accountability. Up to now, we don't know what is transparent about Grindberg, about Rochamel, other than what the Ramsahoy report said about the Rochamel, the NCA, the RDP project. So people don't touch the word transparency and accountability. The next thing they came with, 100 million immediately. And they gave a definition for immediately. Immediately is 5 years. Because that is when they invested the money. Then you go to the next word they use, better days. Nobody don't want to use that word again. And now they have a new tagline, friends, family, and foreigners. But I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. The member for Castries East, fear-mongering, came to this honorable house and in his presentation said that it is the plan of this government to increase route permit fees by 500%. Mr. Speaker, how can a responsible member in this parliament, a former minister of transport, how can he stand up in this honorable house and say that there is a plan to increase route permit fees by 500%? Mr. Speaker, that is so misleading. And that is what the members opposite do. So take the member for Castries South, who came to question all of the numbers that was there. You know what he did? He sat at the finance committee meeting, did not ask a single question, because whoever was checking the numbers for him had not reported to him yet. So because they had not given him, he did not know what to ask. So he sat there mute through the entire session. All the people from finance were seated in the gallery, ready to answer the questions of issues. The member did not raise any questions.
I rise on a point of order. Honourable member is misleading the House. Before the committee met, I pointed it out to the Ministry of Finance officials. We met, and I said so during my debate. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs actually submitted, gave each of us an envelope with a corrected table in it. And when I spoke, I actually said I had raised it on some of the issues, and they said they would go back and take a look at it. I didn't raise it during the debate, but I said so, and the Ministry of Finance actually corrected some of the debate. I didn't want to come and seemingly look to embarrass anybody. I raised them before. But, Mr. Speaker, can you indicate to the honourable member to at least once just be... Don't? Well, you don't have to withdraw then, but, Mr. Speaker, do not mislead the House. I did inform before the committee met, and they said they would look into it. They corrected it the next day, at least some of it.
Mr. Speaker.
You standing on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarification, the minister is misleading the House.
You yielding on the point of clarification?
Yeah, I yield.
On page 16, Mr. Speaker, on page 16 of the estimates, code 3422, number 09, page 16, 3422, number 130, route permit fee, 2017-2018, $99,000. 2018-2019, $389,000. 2018 to 2019, $44,815. 2019 to 2020, $289,000. 2020 to 21, $490,000. Mr. Speaker, the difference between 2018 and 2019, which was $44,815, and 2019 to 2020 is $289,000. Mr. Speaker, I ask you to do the maths and tell me if that is not an increase. Thank you.
Just one. Honorable leader of the opposition. So in the difference between the two figures, you're indicating that
Yes,
this is
that's the difference, because, Mr. Speaker, $44,000 in 2019, because, Mr. Speaker, these statements are made.
No. I'm asking you, you do not need to go further than that. I'm just asking, is that where you're saying
That's
the
what I'm saying.
five-fold increase?
There was $44,000 in 2019, and 2020, $289,000. If you do the maths, you'll find the difference in there is $245,000.
Honorable Member Castries South East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order from Castries South indicated that he, in fact, before this actual sitting, had
Mr.
reached
Speaker,
out to the Ministry
he
of
had
Finance.
a responsibility.
And the last point.
I will respond to both of them.
Very well.
He had a responsibility to indicate that. And if the corrections had been made and the proper tables had been already circulated before he made his presentation, he had that responsibility to the House to indicate that this had been done and premise his presentation on the basis of the corrected numbers, not on the basis of the old numbers.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the member is just way off as usual, being disingenuous. During my presentation, I said we had been given new tables. I asked honorable members if they had not received the envelope. And I said, despite that, some of the new tables were still wrong, and there were other errors on for the examination of this. I said so during my debate. So even if, Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker. So the member should at least be, accurate in what he said. I indicated that during my presentation that they submitted revised tables. I said so, but there are still errors which I will point out, and I explained all of that. Maybe the honorable member was somewhere else and not in the honorable house, and you, as Mr. Speaker, should guide him on this matter.
That's 10 minutes extra, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
All he's indicating that he did, in fact, speak to those errors and his efforts.
Mr. Speaker, the issue that I have here with what the member is raising, the reason why we go to committee stage, is to raise these issues. I cannot recall. I would not know what private conversations the member had with the Ministry of Finance. We sat at committee stage, and when there is an objection or when there is a correction, that is why we go through committee stage. So what the member says, there carries no weight whatsoever, because at the point where it should have been highlighted, it was not. So his private conversations is his private conversation. As a member of this parliament, I can only respond to what happens within the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, can I move on?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Speaker, coming to the member for Castries East. And that is why I tell you, when people know better, and they deliberately come to mislead the House. The member was Minister for Transport when the route permit fees were waived. So the increase you see in there in the route permit fees is because route permit fees, you know how much money is collected from route permit fees? The money from route permit fees, 1,000 route bands at $700 is $700,000. The member, as a former Minister of Transport, knows that. But you see, he will look at the numbers there and he will try to mislead the House. So let me explain, Mr. Speaker. The route permit fees were waived in 2015 by the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. But here's what they did. And I expect the member for Castries East to be brought up, to be questioned, and to explain. There was no legal authority. There was no legal authority for waiving the route permit fees other than a statement made in the budget speech by the former Prime Minister, member for Beaufort South. There is no SI, there is nothing. and you know to correct their mistakes. The PS is coming to me and asking me to sign an SI retroactively to cover for the incompetence of the Ministry of Transport under his watch. So you know what I did? We extended the time period because they gave for 3 years. The route permit fees, the route permit is for 2 years. So it was finding itself in the middle that, because you can't give 3 years. It's either you give 2 years or you give 4 years. So what we did when we came in, we extended it by 1 year. No, we are not attacking you for giving the minibus drivers a break. Mr. Speaker, this is, government is not a tea boutique. These are the persons who want to tell us. These are the persons who want to tell us about good governance. But here's the good governance. The Prime Minister comes to Parliament, reads a speech, and then the ministry...
Honorable members. Members.
And then the ministry... Yes.
I'm just trying to cool down the house. He doesn't need it? Very well. You may continue, good sir.
Mr. Speaker, oh, you can try and say that. The minibus drivers are with me. Don't forget that. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, let me explain here. So what has transpired is that we have an anomaly that happened under the watch of the member for Castries East. The people who talk about good governance, that is not, I helped the minibus drivers, I extended it by a year, but I followed the proper rules of government. I followed the proper rules of government by writing an SI, getting the approval of cabinet and everything. But you see, when dictators run the government, that's what they do. So they say something and they go and implement it, and the same public servants implemented it. But I have asked the Attorney General's office to deal with the matter, and everybody who was involved in the process must be called upon to account. Not the minibus drivers. The minibus drivers didn't waive fees for themselves. I always account for what I do. So, Mr. Speaker, here is what the member for Castries East is saying. So he knows that the route permit fees were waived. So for these budget periods, you would see a low amount for route permit fees because it's just transactions that happen in between. So as everybody comes back into paying their route permit fees, it looks like you think the member for Castries doesn't know better than that? You think he does not know that there is no intention to increase route permit fees? But you know what? He tries to capitalize cheap political points for the leader of the opposition. You'd stoop to that low denominator to try and score some points. Oh yeah, I come in for linguists. I have it there, friends, family, foreigners. So, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member talk about health center in the valley. Ask him, I'm sure you're familiar with Denry North. Ask him how long the health center brings. And you know what they said? There's always money. Because money is never the problem. It's the incompetence that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. There was always money to desilt Roseau Dam. How many years they collected the money? They couldn't start it. There was money to build a Denry Polyclinic. They couldn't start it. There was money to build a Choiseul Secondary School. They couldn't start it. So what is it you don't understand? The issue is never about money with y'all. The issue, Mr. Speaker, on the opposite side is that they're incompetent. They are poor managers. They cannot manage. And no matter what you give them, it doesn't matter. Look, the minister, the member for Babondo came in, and in less than 3 years, look at the projects he has implemented. Now, if you want to take credit for finding the money, I don't have a problem with that. It's not your money. Whatever loans that was agreed to is the government of St. Lucia and the people of St. Lucia paying back the money. So don't come and say, we found the money. You found the money as if it came from your pocket. We found the money. We left the money there. What money you left there? You didn't leave any money there. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, the member said, oh, if you stay there and you quiet and you say nothing, you are equally responsible. I couldn't believe that the member for Dennery North was saying that. So many things that happened under their watch, and they said not a word, not a word, not a word. And today, you said if you stay quiet, I will tell you the things you stayed quiet on. I am coming to that. So, money is not your issue. There was an issue raised by the member for Beaufort South. He's saying, well, come and present your plans here on St. Jude. You know, that's an insult, Mr. Speaker, to the intelligence of the people of St. Lucia. A prime minister who presided over a project where in excess of $100 million was spent could not show one set of planning approval. All of a sudden, you know that requires planning approval. If somebody can ask me about planning approval, not the members opposite there. Not only that one, he was building the building in Beaufort, gave a direct award, and we come into direct awards. $67 million to a preferred contractor. $67 million, direct award. Now, in this case, it's not just that they didn't have planning approval. Where they were building that thing, they didn't even own the land, Mr. Speaker. So imagine you don't have title to the land, but you've issued a contract, and it's the habit. Go to Bois d'Orange now. This government spent close to $1 million in developing 36 lots. And when the lots, all the roads and everything are there, now they are realizing we don't have title to the land. So you just allow to temunna, and you just come and say feshime. That's good governance. That's the example by which you want to lead. And Mr. Speaker, I need to come to the issue of housing. Because I need to tell you about friends, family, and foreigners. That's the discussion you want to have? Let us have this discussion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get a little clarification. The member first, the minister
First,
said...
you said clarification. Are you still...
Yes, let him ask
that there was a direct award for $67 million for some building in Beaufort. I'd like to ask the minister some details, what was the building, and who issued the direct award.
Mr. Speaker, I've made my statement. The building was being built. It came up in the debate. It came up in the debate. Who stopped the office building in Beaufort? Yes, there was a direct award.
Honorable,
No, not that I've heard.
honorable members, honorable leader of the opposition. Honorable member for Beaufort South, you're standing on the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is importing improper motives. And to crown it, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is misleading the House. The administrative building in Beaufort was under the construction of the National Insurance Corporation. Tenders were invited. Public tenders were invited for that building. And Renault's company won the tender. It's a fact, Mr. Speaker. No direct award was ever involved in the administrative complex in Beaufort. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to leave that one until later. But it's a fact that the building was tendered, duly tendered. It was a public tender. I asked the member to withdraw it.
Honorable Minister and member for Castries South is member for Viewfort South is indicating what you've said to this House.
If he cannot take my word, I cannot take his word.
No.
When, Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, if he can bring the documents, I will withdraw. I am not withdrawing on the word of the member for Viewfort.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, leader of the opposition. Honorable Minister, now I'm speaking to you as a minister. There is an obligation on the minister, on any minister, when he makes some pronouncement which is within his ambit. The proof is on him to supply to the House the clarification or the document to support what he said. There is that burden on you. I'm going to suggest here that if you want to continue on that line of argument with reference to the administrative building in Viewfort, then I would ask that whether it is today or a subsequent sitting, you will have to produce this document. If not, for the time being, I'm asking that you withdraw and stay away from it for the time being.
Mr. Speaker, I have no issues with withdrawing the statement of the Director. But it is still an obligation that members who are going to challenge must be able to back up what they are challenging. No, Mr. Speaker, I didn't know that the administrative building was part of the debate, or else I did not bring it up. I am responding to the issues raised by the member for Viewfort South. I have it on my list of notes. I took notes, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not like you. I take my own notes.
Honorable member, Castle South is.
So I'm going ahead, Mr. Speaker. So I withdraw the statement of the Director. But a contract was issued for $67 million. And I would hate to know that NIC, and I think the entire board of NIC, and everybody must account for the people's money at NIC if they would have gone through that process, Mr. Speaker, of land that did not belong to them or to the government of St. Lucia, without proper title and without planning approval, and to proceed and issue a contract. Mr. Speaker, the jury is still out on this. But we will know. You know, Mr. Speaker, we've been there before, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Member Castro's office. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, the good member for Castro's office would like to be heard, at least by me. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to understand, and I say history, we cannot erase it. The member sitting next to me today in this honorable house was almost asked to leave the house if she did not withdraw a statement by a challenge from the same member for Viewfort South. But a few days later after the election, you know what surfaced? You know what surfaced? Give the people a break. Tell the criminals, give the people a break. But it's their habit, Mr. Speaker, of denying things. But the evidence is always there. So I err on the side of caution today. Today. Oh yeah, I have a choice. But Mr. Speaker, you see, the member for Viewfort South, I want to know who entered in, for who they were building. Was NIC building for themselves? So wouldn't the government have a responsibility as the custodians of everything that happened in the society to know that the land is properly titled to the right person? That planning gives the requisite approval? and you issue in contract, and today you come into this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget why this subject is being discussed. Today the member want to grandstand from Viewfort and say, bring me the plans for St. Jude. Bring me your plans for St. Jude, and I will match my plans for St. Jude. Until you can do that, don't ask me, Mr. Speaker, through you, don't ask me questions about that. So, Mr. Speaker, I move on.
Let's have a contest of plans next week. Shoot, Monday. Budget is Monday. Bring in your plans.
Approved plans.
Bring your approved plans.
Approved plans.
Yes, bring it on Monday.
Bring yours.
Because you have no.
Bring yours.
Honorable members.
Bring your approved plans. Just 5 years.
Bring yours. Mr. Speaker, I move on. I focus on housing. So we're talking about good governance, and we're talking about Head 48, Department of Housing, in the estimates of expenditure. Roman numeral 6. We have a capital expenditure. We have a capital expenditure of about $13 million on the housing. But let me tell you what happened. Mr. Speaker, I am not satisfied with the performance of Proud.
Honorable leaders, Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I am not satisfied with the performance of Proud. I have endured it for 3 years, and we cannot get a project off the ground. But this is the same opposition who criticizes us for who we employ when people are stifling your programs and you try to relocate them. They say it's victimization. So I've left Proud the same way that I found it for 3 years, and they've not been able to implement one project, getting paid every day. But when I deal with the matter, you will hear them coming back here and cry victimization. Most of the projects are in their own constituencies, and it cannot be implemented. And nobody can say that this minister has interfered with the implementation of any Proud project in any of their constituencies. That is how we operate on this side of the house. But that cannot continue, that people will be paid and not deliver. Mr. Speaker, oh yeah, there are a lot of letters for housing. So we're talking about them now. Mr. Speaker, what did I inherit? The River Dore housing project. And we talk about foreigners. We talk about foreigners. Under this administration, Mr. Speaker, a gentleman, and I'm not calling names, but the previous government, headed by the member for Viewfort South, entered into an agreement. They entered into an agreement, Mr. Speaker, for River Dore housing project, where they transferred 51% of the 58 acres of land we had to a foreign company. Now, a foreign company to own majority shares in any company or land in St. Lucia must have an alien landholding license. Ask the members opposite to explain to us, how was that company, Panel, how was it able to own 51% of the shares of the land in River Dore? And let me tell you the worst part of this, Mr. Speaker. A contractor had been engaged. The contractor was owed maybe about $2 to $3 million. The Labour Party refused to pay the contractor. You know what they did? They hired a lawyer, paid the lawyer substantial amounts of money to defend the case. The lawyer never went to court to defend the case. And you know what happened? The court judged in favor of the contractor and ordered the government to pay almost $6.5 million for land that we own, and that this previous Labour administration transferred the land to a foreign entity. But today they come and talk about friends family and foreigners. Ask them what happened then. Ask the member for Beaufort South as Prime Minister at the time. How could an alien landholding license not be issued, yet still title of the land was transferred to that foreign entity? You think that's all? The Attorney General's office is dealing with it. You know what? We had to pay the money or else we would have lost the land. And you know what? There were people, there were already foreigners lined up to buy the land. They went with their check to make the deposit. And whatever the land was sold for, the government would still have to pay the difference. So we had to end up paying the $6 million in order to secure the 58 acres of land in Riverdure. You think they would have...
Honourable Member, you have 15 minutes in which to complete your presentation.
Wow. Mr. Speaker, you gave me my extra time. Mr. Speaker, I need to move on. The same thing happened in Talva. They went and organized with another foreign company. They gave them permission to sell 60% of the lots and houses before they put a shovel in the ground. Now, everybody who knows St. Lucians knows that St. Lucians do not buy houses on paper. If you want a house on canvas, you would go in the boulevard somewhere in one of the stores and you would buy a house there. How you expect St. Lucians will buy? And the contractor was given a contract where he must sell 60% of the properties before he start putting drains on the property. You think St. Lucian's mad to put their money in that? So they were sitting on this project for years, cannot get the project off the ground. Just this last month there, we finished court proceedings and we have gained back title of the land. And through the housing conference that was held recently, we had 3 persons bid on the project to do a design, finance, construct project, and a local contractor won the tender for that project. We had the second one.
Thank you.
Shock development. You ever hear about Javasac? They went and buy 89 acres of land. They went into a deal for 89 acres of land. They paid some money down on it and entered into an agreement. By the time they got to evaluate the land, only about 50 acres of the land is usable, but we've committed to paying for 89 acres of land. That's the previous admit. That's the track record. You know what happened? Because of the agreement that was entered into, if we gave up the land, we were losing $5 million. It came to the cabinet. The cabinet sat and reviewed it, and we said, based on the commitments for the period of time we had held the land, the interest payments and everything, it was better to pay the $5 million, secure the 50+ acres that can be used, and also we had free tenders on this project through the NHC. A contract is being awarded to another local contractor who's doing a design, finance, construct project. As I speak, Boisjoli, we have 2 proposals from local contractors being reviewed. We have another proposal for Canry's housing development being reviewed also. All of these are local contractors. And every one of these projects have been issued to a different contractor, not to the same contractors. Then we come to Riverdure. There is one in the south. A contractor is submitting a proposal to us, and the contractor is also from the south to develop that process. You want to know about Olio? We are doing the subdivisions, and we are going to give the people title to their land in Olio, because there's no way you can sell that land because of how it is going to be subdivided. So we are now negotiating with the Ministerial Planning to see how best we can maneuver that. And you will be engaged as parliamentary representative, because we believe that the people in Olio who have occupied these lands for all these years ought to have title to these lands so that they can do something proper with themselves. But you couldn't do it, so we are doing it for you. Castries South, Goodlands, cul-de-sac. That is being addressed. You can only talk, we can work. That's the difference with us. We know you can talk about it, but we are doing the work. So, Mr. Speaker, on housing alone, we are going to be driving the process through local contractors. And I hear them talking about friends, family, and foreigners. Now, the member for Castries East spoke about direct awards. Mr. Speaker, I keep on telling them, do not tackle things. If you live in glass houses, don't throw stones. Direct awards. 2010, 2011, 114 direct awards was given, valued to $56,398,000. That was shared between the two, because we were there part of 2011. So that would have been during Hurricane Thomas. Okay? 2011, 2012, shared between the two. 113 contracts issued, $110 plus million. Direct awards I'm talking about. 2012, 2013, 75 direct awards issued, valued at $51 million. In 2013, 2014, 134 contracts of direct award issued, valued at $95 million. In 2015, 2016, 2014, 2015, 96 contracts, direct award, valued at $92 million. 2016, I was hoping you would say that. 2016, 2015, 2016, 121 direct awards valued at $46 million. So, what is it you're talking about, direct awards? Huh? So let's talk about contracts. Let's talk about direct awards in one day. Because I knew you would have gone there. So, on the St. Jude project, Mr. Speaker, you want to talk about projects in one day? Hear this. SJH RP15, Civil and Building Works, issued on the 14th of February, $1,033,405.95. On the same date, 13th of February, Civil and Building Works, direct award contract, $4,627,813.11. Civil Works, Civil and Building Works, August 6, 2012, $9,965,000. February 14th. February 14th. So let's go to December 14th. Yes, I'm giving you the same day. Civil and Building Works, $11,494,693.90. That's on the 14th of December, 2014. On the 14th of December, 2014, same day, Civil and Building Works, $18,509,597.30. Same day, 14th December, 2014, Civil and Building Works, $15,027,050. All of these direct awards was given on the same day by the member for Beaufort South for St. Jude project. And if you calculate the fee that was issued on the 14th of December, about $50 million worth of direct awards. I can well understand why he can stomach that. $50 million direct awards. But these members opposite want to come and criticize this government and say about direct awards. Let us measure our records one against the other. And I can tell you, over $80 million of direct awards issued on the St. Jude project alone by the former Minister of Finance and member for Beaufort South. And today you want to come and grandstand in the House and want to accuse this government of issuing direct awards. Ask him who changed the laws. Go back and find out how the laws were changed to allow so many direct awards to be issued. And you want to know the value of the direct awards that was issued in my time? Less than $12 million when I was the acting Prime Minister.
Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes in which to complain.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of my time was taken. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the projects, I need to touch Dennery Polyclinic before I close. Mr. Speaker, Dennery Polyclinic was a disaster in the making, done by the St. Lucia Labour Party. The worst drawing you could ever imagine. You know what the consultant said to me? You would have a Saint-Joly on your hand, which means it would be worse than St. Jude. You know what we had to do? The person they gave to draw the plans, when we asked him to come and explain what he drew for us, that was issued under the St. Lucia Labour Party. And you know, World Bank project, you cannot get involved. You know, he was charging us more money to come and explain what he did to us than to get a new plan done. So that is why the work had to stop. We have gone back to the drawing board. We have completed the drawings. It is submitted to the World Bank, and now work is going to recommence on the Dennery Polyclinic to deliver a proper healthcare facility for the people of Dennery and its environs. Mr. Speaker, we've heard about St. Jude. The Prime Minister has disclosed what is in the budget for St. Jude. But you see, it is easy for them to talk. We had drainage project. Everybody knows that Bexon and Odsa is the most flood-prone area. And I was in Mikud recently, and somebody said to me, I cannot come and live in Bexon because I will not be able to carry my house from Bexon when it rains. You know what was done, Mr. Speaker? The allocations for Bexon was reallocated to build river walls in other constituencies. And you know what they proposed for solving the flooding problem in Bexon? Build a berm around the school and put a retaining wall next to Renault's property opposite the Odsa Junction. That was 2 of the solutions they presented for solving the flooding problems in Bexon. Thank God. The right rep is in charge now. And so we are embarking on a major drainage improvement and river wall stabilization in the Odsa and Bexon area to preserve the people. But you know what we are doing further as a government? The government owns about 20 acres of land at the back of the Bexon Primary School. So you know what we are doing there, Mr. Speaker? The government is doing a subdivision, and the people who are in the low-lying areas in Bexon, in the flood-prone areas, will be given the option to get a lot in an elevated area so that they no longer have to face the problems of flooding. In Odsa, Mr. Speaker, I did promise the people, and if you look at the heading on the Ministry of Housing, we acquired the lands for the people living at the back of the Odsa school. These people have been occupying these lands for over 40 years and do not have title. I want to assure them that before the end of this year, we will begin to give them title to the lands that they have occupied at a small price. Because we believe in empowering the people. And since the member brought up the issue of the minibus drivers, Mr. Speaker, the issue of route permits have remained a sore point over the years. So this government is going into what we call a medallion system, where the bus drivers will be given title to their route band, where they can register it as an asset, just like they can register their house and their land. And that they can use this asset to go to the bank, to take a loan, to send their children to school, to build a house and to do things. Because we believe in empowering the average person. I know that's what the member heard about. The member for Castries. So he want to go and say, that is coming at no cost to the bus drivers. The government is undertaking this program to build up this sector because they provide valuable service to the country. We need improvement. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I see your hand on your... Mr. Speaker, this budget is a well-prepared budget. And when we come to the policy statement, we will further expound how well we have performed as a government. We are not satisfied. We're not boasting about 1.5% growth. The people have not felt what we need them to feel. But we are definitely on the right track to put in this economy where it needs to be. So I want to assure the people of St. Lucia, your country is in good hands. Capable managers who will deliver for the people of St. Lucia, a new St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. You want to go?
Minister for Education and member for Mikud North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion before us for debate. And I do so because this government continues to deliver on a promise to the people of this country, a promise to build a new St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, I am further compelled to support the motion because this budget is geared towards empowering our people through the various educational and social interventions to reinforce, rehabilitate, and build physical infrastructure, provide social protection services for those of our citizens who are economically vulnerable, create opportunity for our aspiring youth and local entrepreneurs, and to ensure above all that through our education system that we can prepare generations to come for the opportunities not only in St. Lucia but overseas as well. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, and thanks to a recent publication by the government, the Ministry of Education has been making a tremendous and a concerted effort to make true on its promise of e-education, full integration of ICTs in education. That is why this year, Mr. Speaker, under head 52, line 275 on page 428, the allocation of approximately $2.4 million for the ICT integration project will go a long way in enabling us to fulfill our promise to the people of this country, especially our youth. This injection of financial resources, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to continue to make significant strides and to build upon our initial successes. In that regard, last year, for example, we exposed our secondary school students to computer coding and robotics through a pilot program we ran with grant funding in the amount of $125,000 US from USAID or USAID. This unique and innovative program helped to introduce computer coding to over 300 secondary school students. And Mr. Speaker, we are poised to continue with the integration of ICTs in education in earnest in this fiscal year, continuing on from a gift from His Excellency Douglas Chen, who presented a check of 2.5 million EC dollars to the Ministry of Education to assist with the implementation of activities and programs driven by the recently endorsed ICT in Education policy. 1.6 million EC dollars have been utilized towards or have gone towards the rehabilitation of technical drawing labs in schools, and the balance $0.9 million have been allocated towards training of teachers in ICT integration and retrofitting classrooms into smart classrooms. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, we wish to thank the government of China, Taiwan for that injection of resources, as you may well understand that as we continue to prove that providing a world-class education in a smart school environment is something we continue to work ardently towards. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that under Head 52, provision has been made for the EQUIP project, a project which forms part of a suite of projects which together will help to transform the education sector. I am pleased to advise that designs are currently being reviewed for the reconstruction of 3 primary schools, namely Laguerre Primary, Budgetary Primary, and the Gordon and Walcott Methodist Primary Schools, with construction expected to commence in January of 2020. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, $1.465 million have been committed to undertake remedial rehabilitation to the South Louis Community College, while a comprehensive assessment is being undertaken to determine the total cost of rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, at the end of this month, a contingent of officers from the ministry will be undertaking a study tour to the special education facilities in Trinidad, with the aim of developing 2 model special education centers in this island, which include Donata and the Viewfort Special Education Centers. This activity is a critical component of the EQUIP project, which you see referenced in this budget, and builds upon our commitment to ensure that no child will be left behind, especially those who already suffer some kind of incapacity through no fault of theirs. Mr. Speaker, you will recall in last year's budget, this government, thanks to the visionary leadership, concern for, and empathy for, and commitment of this Minister of Finance and this administration to the children of this nation, we had committed to injecting $10 million into the education sector exclusively for the rehabilitation of schools. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of principals, teachers, guardians, parents, and the students themselves, I wish to express my most profound gratitude to the Minister for Finance and to my colleagues, and to the team from the Ministry of Education responsible for implementing this $10 million school rehabilitation program. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, you will observe that in this year's budget, under Head 52, line 42 on page 405, there is a further allocation for national infrastructure maintenance, of which $10 million are earmarked for the summer school rehabilitation program to facilitate our continuing efforts to address some of the perennial infrastructural challenges that confront this sector, and to ensure that the children of this nation are housed in buildings conducive to learning and development, and that educators too can benefit from a healthy working environment. Mr. Speaker, I can't help but notice that the member for Beaufort South referenced Beanfield and attributed this government's altruism and generosity and responsibility for catering to the children of the South to what he perceived to be pressure coming from parents. I wondered whether during his reign these parents were silent. Suffice to say that everybody in this honorable House and in this country, and especially in the South of this nation, know the story of Beanfield. Government officials know the number of times that they submitted new initiatives to address the Beanfield situation under the last administration, for which they got no financial support. Incidentally, for a school in Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, thanks to a healthy collaboration, the dedication of stakeholders, and the commitment of this administration to the people of this country, we were able to simultaneously resolve the long-standing problem at the Beaufort Primary School, which for years had been requesting resources to rehabilitate a long-abandoned derelict block on the school premises at the Beaufort Primary School, and at the same time, while creating new classroom space to accommodate incoming students at the Beanfield Secondary School, which evidently had run out of space. It took this administration, Mr. Speaker, to resolve those two problems in Beaufort South in under 3 years in office, notwithstanding the representation they had from a prime minister for more than 15 years. Mr. Speaker, while this proved to be a significant relief for Beaufort Primary School, it was but a temporary arrangement for the Beanfield Secondary School. That is why, Mr. Speaker, again, this administration, in this year's budget, this Minister for Finance, under head 52, line item 277, has made an allocation of over $2 million for the construction of a new block of classrooms, a long-awaited intervention to resolve the space challenges at Beanfield. That is what this administration is about. That is what the United Workers' Party is known for. I wish, Mr. Speaker, and I must do that, because we all know that in governance we are dealing with competing priorities. I must thank my colleagues for recognizing the importance of this undertaking and for their support in making this a priority in this year's budget. Mr. Speaker, the overall investment, and I'm deliberate in my use of the word investment, this investment in Beanfield, which include construction of the Beanfield block, provision for furniture and equipment, will total $2,300,000 and more. You see, Mr. Speaker, I observed with curiosity that the member for Castries South had difficulty finding things in the budget that were for the people of St. Lucia. I encourage him to listen intently as I continue to highlight what these are, because they are there. If you look hard enough, you will find them. Mr. Speaker, this government has distinguished itself. And for those of us who've been around long enough, you'll recall all the noise about school feeding program, about school transportation subsidy, and we also know who is guilty of cutting those services that would go to the vulnerable people in our society. This government, in the usual fashion, Mr. Speaker, has ensured that we cater for the nation's children, children who come from economically challenged households. And the records will show that often it is when this party is in office that the allocation for what we bundle as school welfare services, that allocation increases. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you recall that on assuming office in 2016, we made a further commitment to increase our allocation on school feeding and to include secondary schools in a pilot program, because we asked the question, how can one assume that having graduated from primary school to secondary school, that automatically the economic challenges in your family that warranted you being on the school feeding program in the first instance would have evaporated over the summer before entering Form 1. And so we saw a need for us to provide that service at some secondary schools, and we've done so very successfully under a pilot program, which we anticipate, Mr. Speaker, that we will expand. And you can tell, Mr. Speaker, from the initial feedback, which I'll deal with in the next debate, how impactful this has been. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that many of the schools where we see serious infrastructural challenges, that these schools have been around for 40 years and more. And that is why I feel particularly pleased, I'm particularly pleased that we can today report that thanks to the DVRP allocation under Head 56, page 20, line 2110, that is there that we will find the money to construct the new block at the Mikud Secondary School. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that we had need to intervene there because that third form block was so derelict. I want to thank all the stakeholders, the principals, the teachers, the students, and I must applaud their involvement and consultation with the student government body that always at these consultations, and I have seen, because I saw the young lady representing the student body there, a student in the consultation, sharing the concerns of students, informing the design of that new block. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the designs. We have invited feedback from stakeholders, and I'm excited that we can expect that construction will begin in short order thanks to the DVRP resources as reflected on page 520. And I admit, Mr. Speaker, that while an initial allocation of $3 million or more was committed, that precisely because this administration is committed to ensuring that our students receive a world-class education befitting the 21st century, that we may be asking for a little more. I put my colleague on alert, that we are committed through the integration of ICTs and the construction of smart classrooms to deliver on our dream concept of delivering a new Mikud Secondary School, albeit block by block. Mr. Speaker, there are other things to which I can refer, and I will do so in summary. But allow me to turn my attention to the other department that falls within my remit, and that is sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, I know it is every time that we're struck by an adverse weather event that we come to realize that climate change is real It's not esoteric, it's not imaginary, it's not academic, it is not something that people sit in a room and philosophize about. We feel the impact every day. You ask farmers who go through droughts, you ask communities like Margaret and Bexon, which every time there's a heavy rain, that the people are a little bit anxious, not knowing whether there'll be a flood. But we have to understand as a people the importance of participating in various international fora and attracting resources. In that regard, therefore, Mr. Speaker, attending those conferences is one thing, but attracting the resources to make the necessary changes on land or inland is also very important. To this end, financial support has been received to undertake very specific activities to create the enabling environment to ensure that St. Lucia will be in a position to honor its various obligations, such as the Kigali Amendment, and for which we've received $255,000 or more for training, for capacity building of technicians, technicians involved in installing refrigerators and air conditioning units, for example, to ensure that we have proper licensing and reporting systems to include HFCs, which are resident within those kinds of technologies. And Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight another project under the Department of Sustainable Development, for which we have received $1.4 million, and that is with respect to the restoration of degraded areas in the Ionola region, which can yield and continues to yield employment hovering around 30 persons, but set to impact a further 40 persons, beekeepers, for example. 160 beehives throughout that region will benefit from the injection of $268,000. I know the Minister for Agriculture will be pleased to hear that. Another 40 people will be trained as Latine farmers. I don't know if you know Latine is the grass, the plant that is used to make our local brooms. Again, creating capacity, creating an opportunity for our young people, for our entrepreneurs. And Mr. Speaker, in particular, we also have another project, operationalizing of flying nurseries in Foisson, amounting to another $116,000, which will benefit the Babno Youth Synergy and Lumiere in Dennery, again implemented by the Forestry Division. Mr. Speaker, we have attracted another $725,000, again through the Department of Sustainable Development, to do what? To ensure that we collect the data. I have insisted that a passionate story about what climate change does to us as a people can only take us so far, that we need data-inspired intervention. And then we must assume greater responsibility for data gathering to ensure that when we approach the international community, that we are well armed with the evidence of how we are impacted by climate change. So in that regard, for example, we are training individuals in conducting vulnerability and adaptation assessments, research methods and techniques, and development of environmental indicators. All, of course, Mr. Speaker, catered for under sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, the restoration of forests on the southeast coast with an initial investment of $545,000. And this project again will generate new employment opportunities. You will notice, Mr. Speaker, I always reference the opportunity impact, the opportunity and employment possibility as aligned with each project. So this one again will generate new employment opportunities and bring renewable energy technology to local businesses within the project area. Mr. Speaker, I want at this time to turn to my constituency. And I never lose sight of the fact that this is an extraordinary privilege bestowed upon me to be their lead servant in this house, to bring to this House their concerns and their interests, the things that trouble them, the things that concern them, but also to address whatever ambitions that they have and to ensure that we have the right policies in place to facilitate that ambition. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I must express my gratitude for the provision made through the DVRP project at Head 56, page 520, out of which we will get the resources for the construction of a Miku Wellness Center. I'm advised that the tendering process will begin shortly, following comprehensive consultations in the community with stakeholders and residents regarding issues of design, functionality, location, etc. Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish to place on record on behalf of my people our gratitude, notwithstanding the stumbling blocks that we suffered initially, that evidently that this is set to happen in this fiscal year. Under that same head, Mr. Speaker, and I think I have said this with respect to the Miku Secondary School, that in time, and I really want to thank the students for their indulgence, because they are currently being housed, some at the Miku Primary School and some at what used to be the District Education Office. But in time, albeit on a phase basis, we will also get a new school which is catered for under Head 56. Mr. Speaker, I must also express my gratitude to this government and the government of Taiwan for its continued support through the CDP program. And I'm obliged to do that because you will recall, Mr. Speaker, while in opposition, I had raised certain concerns regarding the infrastructural integrity of the laundry, for example, the absence of recreational space for our young people, and I can report that we, in the last fiscal year, were able to rehabilitate the Miku Laundry by the bay, or as we say in the village, by the sea, build 2 recreational spaces, one in Moripo, one in Miku, and we are set in this fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, to undertake similar kinds of initiatives or activities, again, to enhance the well-being and the living conditions of our people. Mr. Speaker, I derive significant excitement, a hopeful excitement, when I see the handsome figures reflected under Head 43, which is the Ministry of Infrastructure, and my colleague from Denry North has preempted me in saying that he knows that I will make mention of the St. Mary Road because he appreciates fully my commitment to the people of St. Mary in past years. And although we have started the rehabilitation of that road on a phased basis, the minister, my dear friend from Castries North, is well aware that that road has to continue up to the other households past the Serie family, for example, and he has committed to so doing, and I know he can because I see the handsome allocations reflected for road rehabilitation and reconstruction. And yes, Grass Street Mopo Road is there, member for Denry North. Yes, the Lapwet Road is on the main arteries from Miku Village and Mayet Gardens. And again, I was prompted to remember, too, my farm road. So I'm flanked on either side by the 2 gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, responsible for bringing relief to my farmers, the Peter farmers, the Peluge farmers, the Depuet and Maho farmers. So I have every confidence, given the healthy numbers I see here, that the people of Miku North, the farmers of Miku North, will get the relief that they deserve. Similarly, and of course Rayon should be mentioned because they were very happy with your earlier intervention, Minister for Agriculture and Member for Babino. I must make mention, Member for Castries North, and to remind you that not only do we need to reinstate the old HUDC road that runs adjacent to the Donnelly family because we want to offer residents relief, but also to mention that road within the context of the forthcoming or imminent merger of the PASS and Monipo schools, and so it is the earliest point at which we can take children off the highway, take their parents and teachers off the highway if we were to reinstate that road. And my dear friend from Castries North has given me every assurance that that road will be reinstated. As the crown seat of the United Workers' Party, I think I need to say that I have every reason to believe that that school will be that road, I beg your pardon, will be reinstated. I like that smile, Mr. Speaker. It's a smile of encouragement, assurance that my colleague will deliver. Mr. Speaker, you know, the beauty of starting one's career in opposition is that you have a sense of what the pressure is like on both sides of the aisle. And that is why I had the greatest admiration for those who, notwithstanding their political affiliation or where they fall, on which side of the aisle they may fall, that they can accentuate the good that is resident in the budget. And that is why I will turn to page 584, head 52. And for those who have not read it, it is a summary of some of the things I have just touched upon. So on page 584, head 52, under Department of Education, Innovation, and Gender Relations, the first thing you see there is at line 275, the ICT integration project, which I referenced earlier, with an estimated project total cost of almost $10 million. Early childhood education, and that at line 20, I will deal with in greater detail in the next debate. But again, a provision here, all within a suite of projects which will help transform the sector. I reference major rehabilitation of school plants, again, $10 million in this year's budget, as we did last year. Very significantly, the Lucia Education Quality Improvement Project, which we have restructured to ensure it reflects our greatest needs, or rather addresses our most urgent needs, while we continue to negotiate further lending vehicles for us to address some of the other problems. At line 277, you will see again where the provision is made for the construction of the new block at the Beanfield Secondary School. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, with respect to gender affairs, and I will deal with that in greater detail at the subsequent debate, the plans in the making, to address some of the issues that concern us within the gender relations unit. And I insist, and I've always said, even while in opposition, that it cannot be that every time something awful, that something really awful happens, that we react and say, oh, where are the laws? Where is the provision? Where is the safe house? Where is the rehabilitation? And Mr. Speaker, you will see in time some of the kind of work that we are doing, or some of the work that we are doing to address these problems. Mr. Speaker, I want to say as well that the young people who I met again last Sunday in my constituency continue to highlight what I would say is a cautious optimism regarding their playing facility. But I know my colleague and friend from Dennery South, my neighboring constituency, we share borders, constituency or political boundaries, that he will see to it that indeed that the people of Miku North get their playing field, and I know that the financial provision has been made for that. But I want to say further, Mr. Speaker, and we will hear more of this in the subsequent debate, that beyond the infrastructural changes and beyond the provision of the sporting facilities, that we must also pay equal, if not greater attention to programming to ensure that people can maximize, the youth can maximize the use of the facilities, and that they don't become white elephants or cosmetic in and of themselves with no real impact on the advancement of our young sportsmen and women. Mr. Speaker, permit me to express in Creole, along mama nou mem, mizi plezi mweni ek, jaute a mweni a chemwe, pou mwen reprezenter Jean Micounod. Nous savons, et nous tous connaissons le pays, nous, et nous tous comprenons la politique pays, Jean Micou n'a jamais tourné dos à son parti flambeau. Et c'est pour ça, moi, je veux dire, toute manière, moi, du bout de la concite, et bien, là, je suis assise au office cabinet tous les lundis, moi, j'ai une obligation pour moi représenter ces problèmes-là, concernant et ambition Jean Micounod. Et n'a fait ça avec tout chez moi. Parce que c'est tout chez yo mettez moi côté na double joli. Moi je veux remercier c'est mon qui a pour aider ba moi. Ça qui a ba moi bon concite. Ça qui a critiqué moi. Puis n'a coûté parce nous tout ka fait les ouais de les. Mais n'a coûté, n'a comprendre. Et moi vle bayo asi wan slaki. Depuis moi ni santé la force bon Dieu. Et moi ni si poyo. Moi kay continuer faire moi ça moi ja commencer faire bayo. Et yo pas bouger paix. Yo pas bouger paix. Moi vle yo sav gouvernement flambeau sala ni yo anche. Et nous kay wè ki ces problèmes pour l'année qui passait, qui a passé en commune sala, nous qui travaillons ensemble pour qui nous joindre soulagement. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I know that they are concerned about the conditions of the road. I know they are anxious about the Miku Wellness Center. I know, Mr. Speaker, that the farmers want to see the relief that they deserve. I know the young men, sportsmen and women want to see that new playing facility in the village of Miku on the Miku Highway. I know too that the young sportsmen and women in Monrepo would like to see more done at their when playing field. And in time, Mr. Speaker, we will get there with the continuing support of this Minister for Finance and with the support of my colleagues. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation in supporting the motion before us. It is for that reason I know, Mr. Speaker, that the conversations we have started with respect to mobilizing further resources, especially for the benefit of those children in our care who we must prepare not only for today's world, but for tomorrow's opportunities and challenges, that this government is well poised to do so under the leadership of the Honourable Member from Miku South, again my neighbouring constituency, but of course with the support of colleague members as well. So with these words, Mr. Speaker, I wish to express gratitude to the people of Miku North for the opportunity to serve not only this community, but also the people of St. Lucia, and I do so standing on the grace of the good Lord. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Library.
this one. Very well. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Labrie, Auger, for making me the instrument of their wishes. And no doubt in consonance with my fundamental responsibilities as their member of parliament, I am expected to debate the course of this government, its taxation policies, its economic policies, of course, the document, estimates of revenue and expenditure, the economic and social review, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to a very important discourse. And in all my years in this House, this is the worst I have seen the estimates. And as I navigate my brief presentation, you will appreciate the gravity of the situation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say that a casual glance at those estimates will reveal that planlessness is in the driver's seat. But you see, members opposite can beat their chests and insult members on this side of the House. And I must say I'm very impressed and proud with my colleagues, how they handle criticism and abuse from the other side with such grace. It does not matter how loud they speak and how hard they beat their chests. The facts remain, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a casual glance at the 2018 estimates of revenue and expenditure will reveal that members opposite are busy celebrating a very poor fiscal and economic management of the country. And there is no valid reason for the Prime Minister to celebrate. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I addressed this Honorable House in 2017, I said that the Prime Minister at the time, presenting his very first budget to this Honorable House, was akin to the most junior pilot in the cockpit of Air France 447, from Rio to Paris. And this particular junior pilot placed the aeroplane in a climb, stalled the aircraft, descending at more than 10,000 feet per minute. And all 228 passengers on board perished. Mr. Speaker, when all the pilot had to do was to maintain level flight and go around the storm. And today, the very same concern addressed in 2017, it's really like a nightmare today, Mr. Speaker. For example, the 2018 Economic and Social Review on page 8 states, preliminary estimates indicate that real GDP growth slowed to 1.5% in 2018, following revised growth of 3.3% in 2017. Notwithstanding expansions in most other sectors, including tourism, agriculture and manufacturing, a downturn in the construction sector dampened overall GDP growth. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, growth decelerated to 1.5% because the Prime Minister stopped the construction projects that would have caused growth and an expansion in the construction sector, Mr. Speaker, and concentrated instead on pet projects like DSH. DSH, which is of no developmental, environmental, social, or economic value to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, no amount of beating of chest can refute the fact that growth decelerated in 2018 because the Minister for Finance interfered with economic recovery by stopping many projects that would have generated growth in the economy. All he had to do, like the junior pilot in the cockpit, was to allow the projects that he inherited from the former SLP administration to continue economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, it is a good time to give careful and sensible treatment to this issue. Mr. Speaker, the 2018 Economic and Social Review states on page 18, preliminary estimates show that the construction sector contracted by 21.2% in 2018, following real growth in the previous years. And in the previous years, inheriting from the previous SLP administration, we had some hotels under construction, and so it continued to fuel construction activity in the country. And that has come to a halt, and construction is contracting in this country like it's nobody's business. The downturn was driven by significantly lower levels of construction activity in both the private sector and the public sector. As a key indicator of construction activity, the value of total imports of construction materials declined by 20.5% to $159.9 million in 2018. Similarly, the number of persons employed in the sector is estimated to have declined by 10.4% in 2018. Mr. Speaker, this morbid scenario is the making of the Prime Minister and his chosen cabal. So why are they in the chamber pretending that they have worked some magic and they have been involved in prudent fiscal management of this country? It continued on page 18, and I quote, consistent with lower foreign direct investment, construction activity in the private sector decreased during the review period relative to 2017. Hotel and commercial construction contracted in 2018, while the level of residential construction remained flat, as evidenced by a marginal decrease of 0.2% in commercial bank lending for home construction. So, Mr. Speaker, if this government did not interfere with the range project, there would have been an expansion in construction activity. If they didn't go and interfere with the range project, there would have been construction activity in that area. So foreign direct investment declined because of interference by this government, and they claim to be involved in prudent management. The Sabisha in Choiseul, the Amerindian settlement, and the member for Choiseul is present in this honorable house. This is a neighboring constituency. In fact, part of his constituency is in Labrie geographically. And so I also have responsibility for a particular fraction of his constituency and beyond. So, Mr. Speaker, I am quite concerned that the South, which has been considered a backwater by members opposite, continue to suffer the discrimination and oppression. Mr. Speaker, if they had continued with the projects at Canal, we would not be in that situation. So this is why it's very easy for one to comprehend that it was homegrown. The contraction in construction was homegrown. It was created by them. And I do not know why they are beating the chest, because growth decelerated in this country. Further, Mr. Speaker, the 2018 Economic and Social Review on page 19 states, there was also a reduction in the level of construction activity on commercial projects during the review period relative to 2017. Construction works commenced on the horse race track and stables as part of phase 1 of DSH Holdings Limited project in Beaufort, unquote. Mr. Speaker, clearly, with all the pronouncements about DSH, with all the money that is being spent desecrating the Beausejour area, where is the construction activity in the area? Mr. Speaker, this DSH Papi show has failed to generate the hundreds of jobs that the Prime Minister promised. Are we at all surprised that on page 9 of the Economic and Social Review, that it states despite the expansion in economic activity, the unemployment rate remained unchanged relative to 2017 at an average of 20.2% in 2018. With all that money that has been borrowed since this government got into office, there should have been an abundance of growth in the economy. We have never borrowed like that, Mr. Speaker. And if you borrow and you spend, in the economy. There must be economic growth. There must be economic growth. There's no magic to that. But where is the growth? They're down by Beausejour flogging a dead horse. DSH is a dead horse. Dead horse. But to compound the problem, Mr. Speaker, on page 569 of the 2019-2020 estimates of revenue and expenditure, head 43, section 41, subsection 13, line 0103, Larishu's Viewfort Road diversion. $13.5 million has been allocated to build a road to facilitate a horse race track for Teoaking. While Sir Alan Louis Street in Labrie remain in a deplorable condition. High Street Labrie. The Cate Road is in a deplorable condition. The Majomel Road is in a deplorable condition. The Debois Road is in a deplorable condition. The Wavin-Pont Cate Road, Mont-Leblanc. But we have $14-point-something million facilitating Teoaking and some nonsense that is doing there. Mr. Speaker, there was nothing wrong with the existing road. They wanted to repave it, fine. But Teoaking said he did not want the road to be higher than his racetrack. So we have expended monies building a road around the track, encroaching on an area that we're supposed to be preserving for airport expansion. And then this government says it cares about St. Lucia, cares about the people of the South, Mr. Speaker. And I want to invite the Honorable Member for Castries North and the Minister for Infrastructure that I see you have $11 million, in fact $11.4 million on the recon and rehab, I think it was, to do my roads for me. You know, the Cate Road, we have been in dialogue for a very long time, and I'm hoping this year, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping this year that the member for Castries North, because Laborians pay taxes, that would, of course, come and engage in some road work, so that next time I come to this Honorable House, I have something good to report about your ministry doing what it's supposed to do in my constituency. Sometimes I see the silting work and I see shanty being built and I see a few other things that are going through the parliamentary representative. But one thing I must say, Mr. Speaker, one thing I must say, I'm always happy when Laborians get work to do. I'm always happy. I think it's disrespectful, like the leader of the opposition has said, that you all do things in constituency, sometimes around the 7 weeks vacation. You have people who run for elections and did not win, have all types of you know, vouchers distributing to people. Now, I am hoping that one day that this will change. But you see, the man who's standing in this Honorable House, the instrument of the wishes of my people, will always represent them, irrespective of the turbulence of the politics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 576, head 46, section 001, subsection 1, line 45, I see an amount of $164,654 has been allocated for village tourism. We in Labrie, Mr. Speaker, we have always been helping ourselves. And I've said that before. We do not cry about the neglect of UWP. When the Labour Party is in office, we do things. We build a Bunce Road, we build a Lacqua Road, we build a Testone Highway Road, we go to Laho, we build roads in all different areas in Auger. Auger alone, I built more than 11 concrete roads to improve the lives of the people there. We do things. We build our own credit union for us to chat our own development. So we are not like leeches. We want to live symbiotically with government. Government must play their part, and we play our part. I never believe in an over-dependence on government budget. And when we are playing our part, don't try to punish us. And so we have taken the initiative to develop some very important programs for village tourism. And I'm hoping, although that amount is a little cacadan compared to what we know, but at least the minister or the prime minister can consult with the honorable member for Labrie and see how they can benefit from the tax money. Mr. Speaker, I am also very concerned that the library market, which was in the 2014-2015 estimates of revenue and expenditure, and again in the 2014-2015 estimates of revenue and expenditure, has disappeared for the third consecutive year under this government. For the third consecutive year, I think it came under head 47. We had already designed our market. There was public consultation about the market. The money was in the estimates, and that was not money we had to go and raise via bonds, you know. It wasn't money to be raised via bonds. But the same 2016, the United Workers' Party got into office. And they just allowed the year to come to a close, and they removed it from the budget. And I have always said, Mr. Speaker, every time the Labour Party is in office, we do things. Every time UWP gets into office, what they find, they destroy, or they do not honor it, and then they do nothing for us. I want to see the Laborian that will have the courage to come and ask the people of Labrie to vote for that type of situation, that type of arrangement. We shall flog that individual with the whip of Laborian pride. And I can pledge today that as a soldier, I shall stand and defend my people with my life. That is how you represent. You lead by example. I say nobody ahead of me and I'm at the back, you know. I lead my troops into battle. And I do not believe in sabotage either. I deal with things frontally. And when you are in the context of Labrie, it is within the framework of our integrated whole. And it's Operation Calcimation, Mr. Speaker. No, we don't engage in that. I'm not a violent man. I'm a peace-loving man, but firm. Under head 48 on pages 580 to 581, where it talks about proud. And I heard the member for Castle South East talking about proud. It was the member for Beaufort South who has lands at Cantonment, and I have at Pom, Auger, Black Bay, and the LEZ in Labrie. We had it in Proud the first time around when we were in government. I was not yet a member of parliament, but I was proud to give people access to a piece of their own heritage. When the United Workers' Party got into office in 2006, they removed it. And when we returned in 2011, we reprogrammed the Proud so that we can go ahead and give the people a piece of their own country. And so we did all the work, Mr. Speaker. We did all the surveys, and I'm asking that the member for Castle South East expedite. And we said at the time that the same way that the people of Demon benefited from lower prices, the same way that the people of PI benefited from lower prices, you cannot come to my people and ask them to pay market prices for lands that they develop, Mr. Speaker. And so, every meeting Proud has had in the community that I know about, I attend, whether I'm invited or not. This is my constituency, and I've added my voice to that issue. For too long, my people in this area, under successive administrations, under successive boards of NDC or Invest St. Lucia, and this is why, when we were in office, they had a certain CEO that used the very roads that I built for my people to try to go and demolish people's homes, and I stopped him. I stopped him. I really don't care which cabinet appointed him. I stopped him. They have built not one drain in my constituency, but you're busy using the same road that I have built for them to try to lower the purchasing price, and you want to go and bulldoze people's homes? Not at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to that. The member for Miku North, I see on page 584, head 52, section 45, subsection 3, line 0251, major repairs or rehabilitation of school plant. I see $20 million had been allocated. And I must tell you, through you, Mr. Speaker, that the Bus-Laguas Combined School is in need of intervention. The Oje Combined School in need of intervention. The Labrie Boys Primary School in need of intervention. The girls' school, it was not rehabilitated very, very long ago, but I'm sure there can be some minor interventions there. So I'm hoping that $20 million could go a long way in assisting us in terms of taking some concrete action. In the public sector, according to the 2018 Economic and Social Review, total construction expenditure by the public sector is estimated to have contracted by 30.8% to $116.8 million in 2018. This downturn reflected lower expenditure by both the central government and statutory bodies in 2018. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, had the Prime Minister implemented the following projects, growth could never have been a dismal 1.5%. And everything is sensitive to context, Mr. Speaker. Everything is sensitive to context. When you stop the falling highway, you found a major arrangement between the Kuwaiti administration and the former SLP administration. You just deviate from that. We had the major thoroughfare coming into Castries and the West Coast Road arrangement. Stop! The highway from Dennery, exploring from Dennery to Grosile. And the Hiwanora International Redevelopment Project. Mr. Speaker, everything was fine with the World Bank for us to start the project. You got out of the World Bank situation, then you come to get a loan from Taiwan, and you believe getting a loan from Taiwan is better. So the whole thing is delayed. So we're getting close to elections. The UWP will pretend that they are building airport for the people of the South and try to make some political mileage. That's not going to work. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has failed miserably in growing the economy to the desired level because he aborted the projects that I mentioned. And in some instances, creating unnecessary fiscal challenges. And I alluded to the airport. And the Prime Minister knows my position on that airport, and DSH in particular. He knows my position. I don't mince words when I speak about DSH, this airport, and St. Jude's. I don't mince words when I speak. Mr. Speaker, stopping the Hiwanora International Airport redevelopment with the World Bank in favor of a loan from the Republic of China and Taiwan is bad fiscal management and has created greater fiscal risk for this country. Mr. Speaker, it is fiscally irresponsible of the Prime Minister to pursue a loan with Taiwan instead of the arrangement with the World Bank for the following reason. One, a US $175 million is a major investment to expand and upgrade Hiwanora International Airport, which the country could avoid at this time, given its high debt to GDP ratio. Matching the provision of airport capacity with the demand while achieving and maintaining airport profitability and an adequate level of customer satisfaction is a difficult task. 3, it is made particularly difficult because investments to expand airport capacity are lumpy, increasing effective capacity by much more than is needed in the short run, and because they must be planned long in advance. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the airport at Hiwanora has not reached its capacity in terms of the number of passengers it can accommodate per annum. The issue is at peak periods, there is a problem. At peak period, there is a problem. Most of the time, the airport is there without activity. It's needed. And I'll tell you why it's needed. When you expand airport, you have to know what you're doing because it's a major undertaking. Because uncertainty is inherent in developing and operating complex infrastructure and services projects like airport. And it is for this very reason that government officials seek public-private partnership partners to mitigate complex risk. Hence, the arrangement we had with the World Bank was soundly based and it was for fiscal risk to be effectively mitigated. And finally, privatization of the airport could have brought in much needed additional private money into the country to help with that situation. So today, we would not be in this house talking about 1.5% growth. Like I said, everything is sensitive to context. And this was not a Labour Party invention. This is what experts in the field have well established. A typical example is Norman Ashford and Clifford Moore in the publication Airport Finance. They said, and I quote, "The pressure to move airports out of the public sector is widespread throughout the world, and the international financial markets will become even more important in the development of airport financing." It continued on page 66, and I quote, "In terms of lending volume, the World Bank Group is the largest agency in the world, providing financial and technical assistance to developing countries. In all loan and credit transactions, major emphasis is placed on project appraisal. The procedures used are designed to ensure a satisfactory rate of return on investment and a high priority of the project in a general development program." The publication, Air Transport Infrastructure. So the literature supports what the Labour Party was doing. It is not just a political decision because we saw Barbados or Jamaica do it. That's the way to go. The air transport infrastructure, the roles of the public and private sectors, infrastructure, economics and finance network, the World Bank, it states, and I quote, "Private operation of airports has disclosed substantial efficiency gains. For example, better and longer use of existing assets. Often, however, the sector has performance and fiscal risks that need to be carefully managed by governments." So, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, when we look at Hiwanora, despite the fact that it can accommodate many more passengers per annum, outside of the peak period, we can encourage flights to come there. There are certain things that are just not right. The control tower, archaic and outdated. We definitely need a technical block for the Met officers and the air traffic controllers. We definitely need it. We definitely need another airport. But when you build a bigger terminal, you are increasing the unit cost. And this is what Professor Doganis had to say, a seminal figure in air transport economics. And I quote, "Major development programs push up unit cost. A major new terminal has to be cooled, heated, lighted, cleaned, and maintained. And even with the number of passengers using it well below the design capacity." So you do not wait until the terminal has reached capacity to plan for another terminal and build it. And that cycle normally takes between 5 and 10 years. So that's the point. Now, Mr. Speaker, the dual airport operation is not making any type of profit for anybody to jump about. But you want to undertake an expansion, a major expansion to Hiwanora. It makes perfect sense to allow the World Bank to do it. Let the World Bank do it. After the $175 million, you know how much more you might need? Do you know how much more money you will need? And when the master plan was done, was it done for the location that you have chosen? Because I saw a location that's different to where the master plan originally located the airport. And if you're going closer to the river, then that's another set of issues. So what do? After you're going to undertake it, you come back and say you need 100 million US again? Where will that place our country? Mr. Speaker, another very important aspect of the development is the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project. The government decided to abandon the St. Jude's project, and I'm seeing in the estimates some over 100 million, and I stand corrected. I saw some millions of dollars, but some were estimated total project cost. I don't know if it was combined with what was spent before, but we didn't spend 100 million. There is money there to build, to complete St. Jude's. That is not being done. There is money to complete St. Jude's. That's not being done. They are all over the hospital site with major sewer systems that connect with other parts of the South. They are cutting around buildings that are there. All four sides, they cut around it. And they have heavy rollers rolling it, hoping as if the foundation of those buildings will crack so they can demolish the buildings instead of completing the structures. And Mr. Speaker, that is fiscally irresponsible to go and invest so much money in St. Jude's when the buildings are there. So they are busy mashing up the roads, digging the area, removing soil, go to the Black Bay River, open it up, then in the PI River, taking and bringing sand on the other side. And they want to blame other people. Mr. Speaker, to complete St. Jude's, you don't have to do that. To complete the St. Jude's Hospital, you do not have to undertake what is being done at this time. Complete the hospital and move the people there. No, you want to give it to a private concern. You want to demolish our buildings? Well, Mr. Speaker, I am making it absolutely clear again to the Prime Minister. We are not going to allow occupation of our buildings by any medical school or any university hospital. And I have said before in this House that the people are mobilized. They are fully mobilized, and we are going to oppose it. And I am saying in this chamber that people listen in real time to the contributions in this House. And persons who really want to go ahead and make deals with the government in terms of signing arrangements to come and take over a hospital, supposed to hear that the people of the country are vehemently opposed to those arrangements. So why pursue it with the government? When as soon as we get into office, we will be reviewing those arrangements, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure side, according to the 2018 Economic and Social Review on page 51, said capital spending by the central government is projected to contract by 15.3% to 213.4 million in 2018-2019, the lowest since 2008-2009. And that was a very difficult period globally, that period. And it is said that capital expenditure today is definitely in the sphere of comparison with a period of recession. Mr. Speaker, this outturn reflects delay in the commencement of major grant finance projects, according to the Social and Economic Review. Mr. Speaker, while I could appreciate the explanation provided, I agree with the member for Vieux South that there are worrying signs that St. Lucia may not be enjoying the full confidence of investors who are willing to invest in government's long-term instruments. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I refer you to page 51 of the 2018 Economic and Social Review, which states, the growing stock of central government debt and marginally higher interest rates led to a 5.5% increase in interest expenses to 171.3 million in 2018-2019. This represented 13.4% of total expenditure and 14.7% of current revenue. It continued, Mr. Speaker. In an attempt to reduce refinancing risk of the debt portfolio, maturities were lengthened as some treasury bills were replaced with treasury notes with a corresponding increase in interest payments. You see, Mr. Speaker, when investors start to lose confidence in the government, it becomes more expensive to borrow. So you have to offer higher rates for them to bite. So it makes borrowing more expensive for the country. If we are in a recession, Mr. Speaker, where the private sector is afraid to invest and people are holding on to their money, it's a good time to borrow because the government is in control of the rates that it's going to offer. So you borrow cheaper in that arrangement. But when you're there busy doing papi show in the country, it becomes very costly for us to service our loans. And you'll see in a few moments, Mr. Speaker, the danger associated with that. For the upcoming fiscal year 2019-2020, the government is proposing to borrow in the vicinity of 330 million, am I correct? In that vicinity, which will tax the fiscal position of the country. The most likely impacts are, Mr. Speaker, interest cost will grow rapidly. And let us look at what the Social and Economic Review is saying. On page 56 of the 2018 Economic and Social Review, it states, net total debt service payments dipped by 0.4% to 281.6 million in the calendar year 2018, accounting for 24.4% of current revenue compared to 27% in 2017. Interest costs are projected to climb significantly over the period 2019-2020. Mr. Speaker, 24.4% is very high. To take almost 40% of your revenue to pay interest costs is not a good scenario. And because they couldn't raise all the money, so that capital expenditure went down. So they were forced to narrow. The fiscal deficit just narrowed by itself automatically. It just worked out automatically. That they have high fuel prices, they make a lot of money, they change the cap, and the investors did not have full confidence in the government, so they couldn't borrow as they could, so it narrowed the fiscal deficit. That was an incidental benefit that accrued. Now, at the rate the government is going, do you know that interest cost might go over 30% in quick time? And when you do that, many important priorities would have to be sacrificed, Mr. Speaker. Key investment in our future are at risk. Higher interest costs could crowd out important public investments that can fuel economic growth. So you see what is happening to us, Mr. Speaker? Priority areas like education and infrastructure will suffer. But I guess they don't care that. They don't care. They will do as they please. But there are outer limits beyond which this government will not be allowed to go with those type of behavior. In addition, growing government debt reduces the amount of private capital for investment, which hurts economic growth and wages. A nation saddled with debt will have less to invest in its own future. I remember some time ago when I stood in this house and I said that by the government coming and borrow locally, it is crowding out private investment. The Prime Minister disagreed. Mr. Speaker, if somebody has $1,000 to invest and they invest it in government bonds instead of investing it in a business, they cannot have that same $1,000 that they bought bonds to invest in something else. So it will automatically crowd out private investment. And the government does not want to do that. We must grow the private sector so that we can redefine the role of the public service. That is how it must be done. Less flexibility to respond to crisis. When you load our country with debt, interest payments become probably the third, second, maybe become the first category at the rate it's growing. From your revenue paying, you have no space. If there is a major disaster, what do we do? How do we respond to deal with unexpected events? Protecting the safety nets, Mr. Speaker. If you are on an unsustainable fiscal path, it threatens the safety nets and most vulnerable in our society. But what UWP care about most vulnerable in the society? What they care about that for? Because most of our social programs, most of what they found, they sacrificed it. Nice. They slaughtered it. The women are not smiling anymore in the smiles. They had programs to take care of them. No. They promise much, and most of the supporters, what they're giving them, they criticize the STEP program. Most of the people, that's where they find in a little place for them, supervising STEP or doing something. What has happened? Where are the toilets you built for them by the grass? You know, we were criticized. We need to move away from that, Mr. Speaker. and do what is necessary to help the people of this country. So yes, so this is why, Mr. Speaker, we are currently fashioning new economic policies to rescue St. Lucia from this government, a government which is pregnant with reckless desires, because a solid fiscal foundation leads to economic growth. That is how you lead to economic growth. But with all that risk with expenditure, it rests against what type of revenue? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his chosen cabal have been beating the chest about increases in revenue. But what the Prime Minister will not readily appreciate is that this revenue intake is predicated upon massive vulnerabilities. For example, Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants trended upwards mainly because of CIP receipts and growth in our source tourism markets. Both revenue bases are vulnerable. The 2018 Economic and Social Review on page 9, and I quote, significantly higher CIP receipts contributed to a projected 6.4% increase in total revenue and grants to $1.2 billion in 2018-2019. On the tourism, Mr. Speaker, it said that tourism grew in this country because of robust economic growth in the United States of America, because there was growth in the UK market, it grew, and of course in the Caribbean, it grew. And whilst I speak about the Caribbean market as the second largest, the issue of LIAT comes into sharp focus. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia cannot continue to just criticize LIAT. LIAT was chartered to provide inter-island service, providing a social good, a public good. You must now look at the net benefit to the country, the same way we can give monies to foreign carriers, to private airlines. You can assist LIAT, negotiate with LIAT. Mr. Speaker, according to the 2018 Economic and Social Review, page 33, international crude oil prices remain volatile while trending upward throughout much of 2018. In 2018, the annual average domestic retail price for gasoline increased by 10.8% to 13.57% per imperial gallon, whilst diesel prices rose by 18.4% to $13.36. The price cap on gasoline and diesel prices both rose from $12.75 per gallon on July 2017 to $13.95 in June of 2018. So they have increased the tax burden on the people of this country. And I said so before, the fiscal illusion, imposing taxes on people and making them believe you lower the VAT to 12.5, a 16% reduction, but you put $1.50 on each gallon of gas, which is a 60% increase. So people will say, well, they reduced the VAT, and that is good. You'll continue to increase the tax burden. Look, you already removed the cap. And who knows what's going to be done tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I speak about the vulnerability of both tourism and, of course, CIP, which we have no direct control over. And this is what the IMF has warned us about. And in its publication, The Caribbean from Vulnerability to Sustained Growth, on pages 6 to 7, makes it abundantly clear, and I quote, the emergence of tourism as the dominant sector in the economies in the region has also created new vulnerabilities to global shocks, such as a sharp increase in petroleum-related products, which can disrupt international travel and intensely affect any number of tourism and tourism-related services and events. The region's small economies are completely dependent on imports for the supply of petroleum products, and even a small shock to these prices can make a large difference to government finances and domestic production, unquote. Further, Mr. Speaker, it is the airlines that decide the routes to fly and not even airport authorities and governments. I am making this point, Mr. Speaker, Because on page 48 of the 2018 Economic and Social Review, it states receipts from airport service charge increased by 5.7 million to 34.7 million, owing to the growth in stay-over tourist arrivals. However, external shocks can alter this scenario. For example, page 15 of that same Economic and Social Review captures this uncertainty very well. In keeping with the loss of Condor flights, arrivals from Germany dropped by 25%. Just a decision by the airline to pull out. Arrivals from Germany dropped by 25%. It continued, Mr. Speaker, on the same page. Mitigating the positive stay-over arrivals growth was a decline of 5.6% in arrivals from Canada to 40,213 in 2018, after peaking in 2017. The loss of air seats from Air Transat's winter service and the reduction in frequency of flights by WestJet from Toronto and Montreal overshadowed the increases in air capacity from Air Canada and Sunwing Airlines. At this juncture, I want to conclude this discourse on those vulnerabilities by again invoking the authority of Professor Doganis. In his publication, The Airport Business, airport authorities must invest substantial capital sums in large and immovable assets that have no alternative use to satisfy a demand over which they have very little control, except very indirectly. It is the airlines and not the airports who decide where and how the demand for air travel or air freight will be met. Airports merely provide a facility for bringing together airlines and their potential customers. So here is what has happened, Mr. Speaker. The government continues to borrow heavily, and they are depending on vulnerable sources of revenue. Revenues that they have no control over. Instead of allowing the private sector to undertake investments that the private sector should undertake, they're busy borrowing to increase the debt of the country. Mr. Speaker, many more minutes. Half an hour? Mr. Speaker, I wish that the Honorable Member for Castle Central was present. Because last night, when she made her presentation, she spoke about reports and about the number of reports on the Ministry of External Affairs, etc. I think we will deal with those issues in the policy debate. But maybe, and this is what I was expecting the Honorable Member to say. When we were in office, we made appointments, normal appointments. We were criticized. The Ministry of External Affairs had all sorts of problems. The External Affairs Ministry was the cause of our fiscal problems. And I had, cocktail ambassadors. They were insulted, men and women that were representing the country. They called them all sorts of names. I had 3 departments. I had the Department of External Affairs, I had the Department of International Trade, and I had the Department of Civil Aviation. And with my 3 departments, I did not have recurrent expenditure of 27 million. I did very minimal travel. I went to the UN once a year. I went to OAS, General Assembly, once a year. And every other year, we would go to an OAS summit. I go to CARICOM meetings as the member for the Minister for External Affairs. On the international trade side, I went to a trade meeting once a year and a Council of Ministers meeting once a year. That was the sum total of my travel in trade and, of course, at the CARICOM level, because that's where we coordinate trade and foreign policy. I traveled once to Korea, where I made a presentation on renewable energy and got support for geothermal exploration in St. Lucia. They were favorably disposed to pursuing it. I signed diplomatic relations with New Zealand and a cooperation agreement that included assistance for geothermal energy. And New Zealand have been assisting St. Lucia. It was on the margins of an OAS meeting that I was able to engage with the Mexicans to get $13.32 million for the Denry Water Project. We kept it foreign affairs to foreign affairs. The entire gestation period was done between the two ministries, because I've always said probably we need to establish cooperation at the Ministry of External Affairs so that we can have our cooperation agreements and actually drive it from our ministry. So in many respects, there are a lot of disconnects. Like the minister rightly said last night, the member for Kaswi Central said. But one thing, the officers were getting training. We did not have the best arrangements, but they were going, you know, to Mexico.
Honorable member, you have 10 minutes in which to complete.
I didn't say you said anything. You just came in and said.
Honorable member, always speak for the chair.
So, Mr. Speaker, when we inherited a fiscal deficit of 10%, all the vehicles at my ministry, they were just breaking down. We put just a request for one vehicle from the Ministry of Finance. They crossed it out. And it was on that one visit during my entire period as foreign minister. I negotiated with the South Koreans. And I got 3 vehicles for my ministry. And another 2 vehicles, the ones that I went to Hong Kong. I went to Italy to moderate a session of the UN. As foreign minister, I was very much involved in the climate change and sustainable development conversation, that I was one among 50 ministers. One among 50 foreign ministers that were chosen for UNDP at 50. I signed a cooperation agreement with Morocco for fertilizers for the farmers. The honorable member knows that very well. Scholarships. Before my time, and it never came. How many, not even a small bag of fertilizer came. What are you talking about?
Honorable member Library, speak for the chair.
But you must caution him, you know.
You're not supposed to pay attention to him.
You must caution him. Tell him that the honorable member for Library has the floor. And the member must be heard in silence. Tell him so. So you see, maybe we should start by saying whether or not the Ministry of External Affairs is getting enough in terms of expenditure. I know we are a small economy. Let us try to see how we can assist the country in curing some of the economic and social challenges. And see what is required. And look at the net benefit to the country. This is where we have to go. So in that particular debate, I just wanted to confine my discourse to those things. And you know, Mr. Speaker, in that short period, I was very pleased that I had the unsurpassed glory on behalf of my country to serve internationally and regionally in a number of positions, including the President of the Council of Ministers of the ACP, chairing the Trade Committee, being chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of both CARICOM and the OECS, as well as the Trade Committee of CARICOM. I'm sure when the honorable member came in and inherited the portfolio, we were still on course to chairing COTED. So, Mr. Speaker, it was not just about traveling, like people say. That's why I've always been reluctant to stand here and accuse anybody of traveling. Ministers must travel. Ministers must travel. Ministers must attend to the country's business. But after 3 years, I want to hear what all those travels have brought to us. And I'm hoping that in the debate on the policy, I will hear the achievements of the country. But for me, after 3 years, I think it's a good time. It's a good time for the two ministers in that ministry to tell us what were the strategic priorities and what we achieved. It's not every time a minister travels that they have to come back with a fire engine or they have to come back with something. Sometimes it takes time to develop relationships before they can give birth to tangible results. And you cannot do that by sitting at Baywalk or by sitting at the waterfront. You need to go to places. We don't have too many embassies overseas, so we have to go there. And when I came in, and I'm proud to say that when I came in as foreign minister, I never fired any ambassador or consul general and tell them get out. I never did that. But as soon as they got into office, and there was an early election, so that's why a number of months was still on the contract. Oh, you know, and in the manifesto about party hacks and this and that, look at what's happening to the various outlets. But you have not heard me attack anybody. Anybody's wife, anybody's husband, anybody this or anybody that. You have not heard my voice on that issue. Now, the last time I spoke in this honorable house in the motion of no confidence, and I said that the Prime Minister took the liberty of going and joining the Lima Group. And Mr. Speaker, there was objection from the member for Castle Central. When I said there was no cabinet conclusion, you asked me to withdraw the statement. When I said that there was no cabinet conclusion. And at the time, Mr. Speaker, I told you I will withdraw in the interest of time. And the reason why I said I'll withdraw in the interest of time is because if I say something does not exist, I cannot show it to you. It is incumbent upon the member for Castle Central to present the proof that this is the cabinet conclusion. And unless they just made that cabinet conclusion, there's no cabinet conclusion like that. The member for Labrie states categorically in this house that there's no cabinet conclusion. And I'm hoping in the policy debate it's not too late for us to see that particular cabinet conclusion. So, Mr. Speaker, when I examine the estimates of expenditure, I don't know whether I missed it, whether I need glasses. I didn't see anything written for Labrie. I didn't see anything in the estimates to acknowledge that Labrie is part of St. Lucia and that there was, yes, nothing at all. It was not mentioned. So I want my constituents to know. However, as taxpayers, I have made certain requests and I will continue to work. And the Carter people, I want you all to know that I will start the ball rolling. I will be coming on that road and I'll start grading it either next week or week after next. Because next week, next week, if God's spare, win policy debate. If I don't have time, the following week, I'm going on that road and I'm grading it. Mr. Speaker, I must take you there. This is the worst road in the entire world. Entire world. And I've waited for intervention. I said I lead by example. I lead by example. You can have no road in Dennery as bad as that. When you go in the craters that's on the road, if the member for Choiseul is standing in the crater, you ain't seen his head, you know. And I have, you know, I never come to the minister like a boss, you know, like I control his ministry and tell him, you, I want you to come and do roads for me. I don't talk to big men and big women like that.
How do you want to talk to us?
I don't. I come, I respectfully request. But you see, there's a certain period where I have to take matters into my own hands. I'll go and grade and roll it. And I want you all to come in now to put the sub-base, the blended crusher run, and I want you to give it a double surface dressing. Yes, so I'm going to scarify the road. Yes, definitely, and that's where you come in, honorable member, for Cassis North. And if you don't do that in quick time, you will not be able to come to the People's Republic of Labrie. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm being provoked. I need your protection, Chair. Mr. Speaker, how many minutes I remain? 10?
You should be wrapping up, honorable member.
20, Mr. Speaker?
No, you should be wrapping up. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I have made it clear that there's nothing to celebrate. There's nothing to celebrate. And I know by the body language coming here, they were not convinced of that morbid scenario. See that kind of picture? But they had to try a thing to impress the boss, to impress the Prime Minister with standing up for you. But no amount of beating of chest and no amount of standing up will change the abysmal performance of this government. We are in a bad place economically. So, Mr. Speaker, now the grand lie of the UWP is in ashes. Everyone knows that if policies followed in the last 3 years are to continue into the future, public debt would rise to extreme levels and endanger macroeconomic stability further. Because, Mr. Speaker, the scope for sustaining such expansionary fiscal policies is limited. So even all the grand charge about how much they're going to borrow, that would depend on the appetite of investors for that kind of bond. And they are monitoring what is happening in St. Lucia. And it might be very difficult for us to be able to buy bonds because high debt to GDP ratio narrows room for fiscal maneuver. And that's a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day for us. It is the worst I have seen it in my entire period in this Honorable House. And I'm not saying that because I want to attack anybody. It's just the facts. And we are going to come back here next year, if God spare, Mr. Speaker, to see the economic picture, to see what happens to capital expenditure, to see what happens to all the boasting that was going on in this chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Labrie, I have made my contribution, and the people of Cartin just look forward to the grader and the roller sometime either next week or week after next. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of this sit-in for 15 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that this House stands suspended for 15 minutes. 15, 1-5. No, the suspension. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. House is suspended for the next 15 minutes.
This is where we come to the end of this afternoon's session on the debate of the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020. In this session, we saw presentation from the following MPs. The MP for Denry North, Honorable Sean Edward, the MP for Choiseul Saltibus, Honorable Bradley Felix, the MP for Denry South, the Honorable Sean Edward, the MP for Vieux-Fort South, Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony, the MP for Castries Southeast, that is, Honorable Guy Joseph, the MP for Micoud North, the Honorable Gil Rigobert, and the MP for Labrie, Honorable Alva Baptiste. And so this House stands adjourned. We will resume the continuation of this broadcast for this evening, I think about an hour from now. So please do join us. At this point, we close our broadcast, but we ask you to join us again in an hour's time where we will bring you live broadcast of the evening session. I am Primus Hutchinson. Thank you for viewing.
Just itself.
rather allow...
I am going to talk to all of you. We are all here to